Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fundraising, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Bada 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 bada.
Spoon.
Skiddy biddy biddy bada.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today? Beseku. Ba. Skibidi dabado.
Okay, what a pleasant way to welcome you to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. I want to say thanks for always making up time to join us here. Of course, this is Liberia's most listened to talk show online and on radio, and this is where there's an exchange of intellectual opinions. There's a serious intellectual exchange here. And it doesn't matter the political view you share. This is where Liberians with diverse views on the national issues gather to discuss. And here you get authentic information about the happenings in Liberia. I want to say welcome to another edition of the program again. Thanks for joining us tonight. And of course, this is one edition of the Spoon Talk that's heavily loaded for you. As you join us, please try to share the show in your different chat rooms, in your groups, so that we can have more people joining us tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. We're live on Spoon TV. We're live on Fabric TV. We're live on Super TV or on Facebook. And we are also live on YouTube at Spoon Talk Live. I want to say welcome to the program tonight. Let me quickly bring in Dr. Richardson to the show. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. It's good to see you. You are muted, Dr. Richardson.
There I am. Here I am. Hi, Nelson. How are you?
Hi.
How are you? Happy Friday. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. I'm hearing very well. I'm doing good, Dr. Richardson, and happy Friday to you as well. It's good to see you.
You too. You got a haircut.
It's been 3 days ago.
Oh, okay. It's really popping today. I can tell today. How are you? Yeah, I can tell. So how was last night? I didn't get on. I saw you guys passing through. I was passing through. I saw you guys.
Oh yeah, last night.
No, I do remember. I was supporting the CPP guy. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. The last night was again heavy. It was firing on the late night show, and as usual, there was disagreements. Folks from the CPP camp were disagreeing with, especially the lone CDC guy who was on the show, who most times makes himself available to come on the show. And yeah, it was an interesting interaction last night, and as the night before last, or the edition before last, I remember you appeared on the show, and immediately all the guys who were most times hit on the CPP guy, you know, they started to say some nice things about the CPP. I was so surprised. So I started to ask, I hope it's not because of the presence of Dr. Richardson here today.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Interestingly, last night they didn't play with the CPP guy. Yeah, so I was telling you, I said, I hope because Dr. Richardson are here tonight, I hope that's not the reason why you hitting on this guy. But yeah, but it was interesting. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, I did notice that, but they were very, very nice. You know, you have such a nice group of guys who constantly come. And I also noticed there's a lady that came on when I was on, and I was like, wow, I wish, many other women could just come on. I know there was another lady on last night, but it's just mixed, so that's one of the reasons why I was happy when I popped in, because you remember another lady joined us. I think she said she never comes time. So that was really good. Yeah. Well, if you guys don't know, we're talking about the late night political, what do you call it, political night?
The late night politics and spoon.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. So when you have an opportunity, please join Nelson Collier. It's really interesting. It's really open to anyone. But you know, Nelson, I'm extremely excited today. You know why, right?
Yeah, the CPP activity. Okay, okay. I was just trying to break that more. The CPP activity.
Yes,
Uh
it was awesome, man. It was good. And you guys got some of the video and slides to show, right? I asked you guys to please do that, right?
ah yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I saw the message by WhatsApp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Awesome.
so also,
But
I have put two videos in the brand area already, so you can check. The
Oh,
full
okay.
announcement is there.
we
So,
shut down Sinker. We shut
all
down
right.
People Road.
How can I pass all these single with
You
ease?
know you did not. You
I
did not.
did.
You just coming to town from Lima, from Banga, so you did not. Oh my God. I mean,
Also, you believe
the
in
people,
crowd and that already what shut down a place? Is it the
yeah,
vehicles or the crowd?
you are not, you check him over here, you were stuck in your how you managed to know. Yeah. They'll
But
say, oh,
Nelson,
shit,
Dr.
I
and
Richardson usually doesn't believe in crowd. So how come now she's talking about shutting down? What
I
shut down the
said
people's place?
we shut down the place. I tell you, say, the crowd, we shut down the place,
So
right?
what shut down the place that originally? What shut down Cinco?
Oh my goodness,
already
thank you, Nelson, tell him.
don't mind Damo. At the time Damo came from out of town,
Yeah,
the program was already over. Imagine the making 30 minutes ago. The maker came from out of town 30
no, I
minutes
know.
ago.
Yes,
As soon as he got in, I called him.
mine, but
So
we
my,
should
my
have
question
been.
my question to Dr. Richardson and Nelson is that Richardson said they shut down Cinco and Dubo Road and all
Yes,
about. So I'm
yes.
asking what shut down those places? How did they shut down those places? Did they put police officers on the road and said no vehicles should pass, or they put
You know,
bulldozers to cross the various intersections? How did you people do it?
they put force all over the place. Number four, what you're popping all over the place. So you could just say four,
So the codes
four,
were being carried by who now? I want to know how you did it. I want to know how you
four,
shut down. What marketing strategy?
four, what you're magically appearing from all
That
over,
was
all
just without invest in the crowd because she just be there, right?
it was so nice. It was so, oh my God. I mean, when I saw it, my heart just melted. You know, so if you're looking for a political
Wow.
person, you register,
All
you're
of a
looking
sudden, that
for
already
which
love crowd
idea.
or how melted
Yes,
for the
just
crowd.
foot four, foot four. Oh my God, I was so happy. Damo, you're not happy. Damo, you know you CDC, huh? You know Damo,
I'm a
CDC.
neutral person. I'm a member of the NAM, the Non-Alliance Movement.
You better be because
My
that's
party is Liberia.
yeah,
That's
good
my party.
journalist. Yeah, good
Yeah.
journalist. So that's why y'all went to school for this thing. So you better practice your professional ethics. You know, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I expect your professional ethics to shine. Well, just, I'm
Dr.
just
Richardson,
happy.
was it a crowd melted or hot?
The
Yeah,
guy,
you saw the crowd. Oh,
But
me, we believe
but
in
but,
crowd. I'm
but
melting at this.
seriously, Damo, let me cut you small. Seriously, I thought that the Richardson didn't have time for this crowd thing here, man.
That is
I
it,
thought that
bro.
the
It
Richardson
shocked me.
didn't
It
have
no,
time
shocked
for
me.
crowd.
the thing about it, yeah, you know what? Because every day when you come on this platform, you and your CEO and the rest of in Falcon, no, ANC this, ANC that, CBP this, CBP this. Today we follow your mouth today because I know we follow your mouth today.
Who nana? Who nama?
It was well planned.
We follow your
It
mouth
was
today.
well planned.
But
Yes,
let
thank
me
you.
tell you one thing I learned amongst the many things I learned from the first phase of our tour uh, is the fact that people have made up their minds as to majority of the people have made up their minds. A large percentage, a large chunk, they've made up their minds already. You know, and I saw a lady wearing CDC lama, and and she said, "Oh, but I was passing it. Just give it to me, so I'm wearing it. But I know who I'm going to vote for." And surprisingly, she voted for Joseph White. So
Mm,
all this thing, I know that's where the part when you can't say you don't believe in crowd to some extent, I align with what you say because
mm-hmm.
the crowd will be there, but
Yes,
again, there should be a margin of error in that crowd. Like you should look
that's
and
right.
take a percentage of that crowd from there
That's
to say,
right.
look, these people are not for me. Some are just here for the jolly jolly. Some here
Yes,
because others manage to induce them. Some are here because they want to see and listen, and probably they might, come on board. That's why the CDC does not like their
Yeah,
partisans going to any other event. If you're
that's
having your event today, they will do something to have their partisans engaged because there is this fear that if you go there and you hear another message, you might you might just
mm-hmm.
go over. You see people who sometimes go visit churches, they say, oh, first time visitor, as soon as you stand out the next in the church, they try to bring you over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's some of the reasons. But if you say you don't believe in crowd, I can't fault you for that.
No, the reason
But
why I was
believe,
let me tell you why I was
yeah,
happy
go ahead.
today. When I come on this show, if it's not you, Diamond, it's not you, Nelson, I just CEO, that Mr. Fagon, that Mr. Gibson Jerry, every day, just 7%, yeah, blah, 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 blah. You see, so today, when I saw the people, then I said, and I shut them up. So hopefully, moving forward, they will not come and be calling me all kind of different things on the show here. So I was just
So the
happy
crowd
because
vindicated you.
Diamond, I can imagine nobody going to show up today. That news are going to be going on for the next 10 days.
But is it possible? Is it possible that
Mm-hmm.
a major opposition political party, the ANC, the CPP is a major opposition political collaboration, whether you like it or not?
That's
Is it possible that the ANC, with all of its mobilization mechanism, would have had an event, especially as big as it is, having waited for the others to have done theirs for whatever reason best known to the ANC, to the
a
CPP,
strategy.
and and it would have been poorly attended. The optics will lead the optics. Political parties rely on the optics as well.
Correct.
So we know that the optics is not as always as it seems. Yeah, there were some people there who were carried by so many other reasons. So for the ANC to have had an event and you say it wouldn't have been well attended, I didn't expect that.
But
Now
no,
you're
but
gonna put all your mobilization people and generate 25 for not doing a good job.
Damo, tell wait. If CEO will come, he'll say he see the people. Fagon will come, will say they see the people. Come record will say they see the people. Tell wait, they're coming. So at least we'll have evidence, and you must say the same thing telling them. Say that yeah, people were there. You got to kind of say
So
nobody
where
were there.
are these people? My question is, where are these people when opinion polls are being conducted, and they don't show themselves to vote for Mr. Cummings as well? Is there an internal memo or a mandate that don't partake on opinion polls? Is there something like that, or they just don't
No,
want to be bothered as to
yeah, wait until October 10. That's why I keep on telling you.
2017 Cummings had crowd. Cummings had real
Yes,
serious crowd 2017. We saw
yes,
what
I know.
happened when the results turned out. Is that a lesson people learn from
But
2017
you
to
know,
now?
2017, you know, the party had a crowd too. And what
But
happened?
United Party, their crowd turned out for them. They went for the second round of the elections, didn't they?
But they lost.
But what about the crowd? Are you telling us that in 2017, the crowd that turned out for Mr. Cummings, they were the ones that constituted the 7%? Hmm?
No, we don't have a bank where we keep numbers in, you know. We
No,
don't
no.
we're
My,
not
my,
keeping
my, my
maybe
question is
maybe the all parties have a bank where they keeping 38% in or what.
2017, Mr. Cummings had a huge crowd.
Yes.
He performed well for
Yes.
somebody who was a newcomer to Liberian politics, especially on that kind of large scale, the highest office. But my thing here is, if we want to compare that, oh yeah, crowd. We saw the crowd turn out. We saw SKD. I think in 2017 he used SKD or ATS, one of the two stadiums.
ATS, I think.
ATS.
ATS.
At the end of the day, it went down to 7%. So are you saying that this turnout has encouraged you that it will be better than what it was in 2017?
Definitely, it will be far better. Far better.
So
See, we're
now
not
you
talking.
believe in crowd because you just said the crowd encouraged you and it also informed your decision that 2023 elections, the results will be far better than what happened in 2017.
In this context, yes. For today,
Oh.
yes.
So
Because
contextually, you believe in crowd.
contextually for the optics, like you said, in politics, the optics means a lot. Because I know I'm on a platform where I'm the opposition on this platform. I'm the part of the lone opposition on this platform. Okay. So
So
I'm
you're the
telling people,
opposition.
yeah, opposition, you know. So they're gonna come and say they see nothing. Nothing happened, and you know I was gonna die if they were just if nothing was gonna if nobody was gonna show up today. They were not gonna let me live. You know, they were just gonna be talking all day. So we put they crash shame them today. Okay,
Mm.
so they shame today, and there was some Mr. Fagan can't say see Mr. Jerome can't well, Mr. Jerome sometimes you know he in the middle, so you don't bother too much. But Fagan can't
Mm.
say see. In fact, they
Okay.
will see all the
So
people.
So that Richardson just
so
confessed is a breaking news that Richardson now is a believer of in crowds. You know,
Contextually,
contextually, but she believes in crowd.
contextually,
Once it makes her to feel good and her project to look good
contextually.
and it gives her the good optics,
Contextually. Don't
she's
forget
a
a
believer.
contextually part. Practice speak journalism now. Contextually. Go ahead, Nelson.
so
Let
so
everybody.
I, I think from what happened today, Dr. Richardson is now she has some level of assurance that um, that 7% is going to the October 10 election. Anyway, we have some other things coming up in the training news. So
Yeah, that's the
let's
training.
see.
So I always
Nelson and I
ask,
really the bodies. I've noticed the two of you. Nelson is always playing cover up or back up or something or support system.
no,
Ayiko, Ghana Mercy. Well done.
Diamond,
Your operation.
Nelson can be hitting me sly way. Don't worry, he can be giving you the dirty work, but he can be enjoying you. Then you come and just slide something in there. Go ahead, Nelson. Let's listen to our training news today. So everybody else saw the crowd. That's all we want to tell you. That's good.
Wow. Yeah, interestingly, so many things happening in the country today. We were just talking about one of the trends. So since we already started talking about that, maybe I should just start from there, talking about the CPP activity today with Mr. Cummings. So at that event, that Dr. Richardson,
Mhm.
first of all, the political leader of the collaborating political parties, Mr. Cummings, said that this whole imagination or this assertion from the CDC, the ruling establishment, that they're gonna win on the one round victory. Mr. Cummings said that 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 perception is nonsense. You know,
Mhm.
that's the exact word. He said that's nonsense for anybody to think that the CDC is gonna win on a first round victory.
Yeah.
And his reason for that is, according to the CPP political leader, if the CDC, which was not a ruling establishment at the time in 2017, with all the good records, all the positive expectations that so many people in the country had for CDC, if in the midst of everything, CDC could accumulate just 38% in the first round of election, it is unthinkable, it is nonsensical for anybody to think that the same CDC, after 5 or very close to 6 years of dismal performance, will accumulate even more than 38%. So he said he ruled out the possibility of a first round victory for the CDC at
Mhm.
the naming ceremony today. And so talking about the actual event now, according to the CPP political leader, well, he named some individuals on the campaign team today. The likes of Dr. Toga Gateway McIntosh is the chairman
Yes.
of the campaign
Congratulations.
committee. Mr. Ambassador Louis Brown is the chairman on is the chairman. You have Councillor Lafia Good is the campaign coordinator and spokesman, and there are other individuals who were appointed on the team as well. You have the likes of Henry Yala of Bond County and George Wisner of Montserrat County, and other individuals um, were named on the CPP campaign team today. So Mr. Cummings assured the Liberian people, or he sounded very certain of a first round victory as we go to the October 10 election. He said the CPP is going to win a first round victory, and this election is the collaborating political parties' time to take
Amen.
on the affairs of the country. Well,
Amen.
yeah, so that's the first one for the training issues in the country. Like you said, Dr. Richardson, the CPP activity today attract attracted a very good number of Liberians who turned up, and they were seen in the streets of Monrovia today, and that was part of the ceremony all by itself. And so, moving on to other happenings now,
Mm-hmm.
Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai today had he spoke with reporters. He had a media engagement today, and during that engagement, the political leader of the Unity Party, first of all, he attributed bad road, poor healthcare system, and all of those things to the underperformance of the CDC, and now as part of that, Ambassador Bakai said the first 6 years given to the CDC was a waste of time, waste of energy. It was a wasted years according to Ambassador Bakai, and a wasted years of no hope for the young people, bad
Wow.
road, and a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So, but in an apparent response,
Mm-hmm.
Ambassador, or let's say the President George Weah,
Mm-hmm.
on his campaign trail today, in an apparent reaction, said it is unfortunate for people who work in government for 42 years to think that they can and have no achievement, to think that they can unseat him. So according to Ambassador Boakai, according to President George Weah, rather, Ambassador Boakai worked in government for 2 years, for 42 years. But even the car that Ambassador Boakai drives today, President George Weah, bought that car.
Echo.
So according to him, eh,
I said echo.
yeah, so he said if Ambassador Boakai worked in government for 42 years but could not buy himself a single vehicle to
Mm-hmm.
operate, is that this man failed to develop himself, and such a person cannot develop Liberia. He responded to the issue of corruption that was raised as well. He
Mm-hmm.
said, if Ambassador Boakai says that President George Weah, is corrupt, then he should have refused the car that this corrupt man bought for him. But he cannot accept the car and come back to say that President George Weah, is corrupt, when in fact, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, allegedly benefited from the corruption money, the quote-unquote corruption money, when President George Weah bought him a car. So he said, the president said the people of Liberia should vote for him again based on his records, based on what he has done in the period of 5 years. And he's very certain that when given another 6 years, he's going to perform even more than what we see.
So
So,
this is a case of John Palmer waits on John Rice. So I ain't got nothing to do. They can be throwing their talk to each other. CPP will stay out of air because we know that we have new ideas to bring. So let it go. That John Palmer waits on John Rice. Go ahead, Nelson.
okay. So that is for that. Now, the next thing is today, the National Bureau of Veteran Affairs
Mm-hmm.
had a press conference. The spokesperson, who is Alexander Gale, he
Mm-hmm.
called on the retired armed forces of Liberia personnel across the country
Mm-hmm.
to report to the county coordinators and vote for President George Weah, that they should support President George Weah. Why? According to him, they should vote for President George Weah because about 9,944 demobilized veterans across the countries were maintained on the payroll of the country despite being demobilized. And so because of this, he thinks that those individuals should vote for President George Weah. But not only that, he said, according to the UMC, that's the UCMJ, that's the I understand is a unitary uniform code of military justice. Yeah, he said, according to that, once a soldier, always a soldier. So they should commit themselves to protecting the peace of the country. And one way they can do that is by voting for President George Weah, supporting him, and making sure that he's voted across the country under one round. And then The next trending issue I'd like to talk about quickly, Dr. Richardson, is that the
Mm-hmm.
president, by proclamation, has called the legislature back for 2 weeks. So the legislature is expected to be going back, and they are expected to be debating on some legislations, and that's the reason why the president has called them. And this is in line with Article 32B of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia. So the legislators who are currently on break are expected to be returning based on a proclamation from the president.
So what the
Now,
president did the president say why he calling them back to
yeah,
what?
to debate on some key legislations. Yeah,
Okay,
to,
well, I guess
yeah,
we'll talk about it later. Key
yeah,
legislation. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So now on the flip side, there was a group today that endorsed President George Weah. They are called
Mm-hmm.
the Professionals of Easterners of President. That's the Professionals of Easterners. They endorsed the second term bill of President George Weah because, according to them, the president has performed for the first 5 or 6 years given him, and they, as professionals from the southeastern belt, from Grand Gila County, Maryland, Sino, they've decided to endorse the president, and they've decided to support him for a second term. Now, campaign is still going on, Dr. Richardson. As we've always said, the campaign activities would overshadow the happiness of the day in the country.
Yeah.
So the chairman of the campaign team of the CDC, uh, Commissioner Eugene Nangwe, today accused the opposition of planning to disrupt the election, to disrupt electoral activities in the country. According to him, the opposition is already aware that they're not going to win this election. So they have plans to disrupt electoral activities in the country. And then he called on the first time voters and the voters across the country to overwhelmingly elect President George Weah come October 10th. So finally,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Kimmy Weeks is the executive director of a group called Youth Action International. Well, he
Mm-hmm.
spoke at an occasion today where he called on the young people of Liberia and everyone who will be voting to vote people not based on the crowd. He was especially speaking to young people that they should do extensive research on all of the candidates in the race. That if they are going to vote, it should not be because a friend wants them to vote for that particular person or this particular political party has the crowd, but they should rather vote based on what they've researched about those individuals, the records, the performances. If it is in the case of the ruling establishment, the performance of the government. What has the government done for the
Mm-hmm.
past 5 or 6 years? If it is in the case of the opposition, any opposition political party,
Yeah,
what exactly have those people done? What are they capable of doing? So
I
they
like that.
should conduct a research that will inform the decisions that they're going to be making come October 10th.
I like that.
So there are so many, but I think I'd like to stop here, Dr. Richard Singh, and
Sure.
maybe Diamond in case he has an update.
Sure. Diamond, anything you'd like to add?
Yes. So today, while en route back to town, um, had an information from an aggrieved school proprietor. He called in a very distressed voice. So I decided to go there and start an investigation as to what his claims were. What really
Mm-hmm.
struck me was when he said allegedly on Monday, he had, while they were at the police station, the president had intervened in a way, in a situation that he didn't see fit. So I said, the president intervened in something. But let me go and hear this particular story out. So today I was somewhere around the RI Highway, after the seminary community thereabout at a school called WJ Bletton Christian Center, Academy or Center, one of the two. you know, and I sat with a pastor popularly known as Pastor DJ, you know, and he started to explain. But just to cut the long story short, he said somewhere in 2022, for the 2022-2023 academic year, you know, the now CDC representative candidate of District Number 6, one Mr. Richard Singwin, you know, had put on his personal scholarship 30 students based on negotiations that were done by the former principal of that institution. And up to present, the CDC representative candidate has now paid a dime, you know, for those 30 students, and that is in the tune of 2,000 plus United States dollars. And then the CEO of this movement called Girls for We Are, one Asana Kei, you know, he also had to tell us that she also had 50 students in that particular school on a scholarship scheme, but also had not paid a dime, and the money in the amount of 3,000 plus United States dollars. And they have been going through exchanges over time. He showed us some exchanges and all of that. And that led to them going to the police station on Monday so that he could get information, because he said his former principal had been engaged in clandestine activities, and the school had lost close to 1 million Liberian dollars from the former principal's clandestine activities. So he had thought that these people who had 30 and 50 students had paid money to the former principal. But after he had done his investigation and everything, they had not paid a dime, and he was also trying to tell him not to pay a cent to the former principal, but rather to the school proprietor himself. So they went to the police station on Monday after several attempts to get Madam Asana Kei, you know, to make herself available to tell him how she's going to pay the money, or if she had given any money to the former principal. So to his dismay, when they went at the police station, she then texted the president, and according to his narration, the president called, you know, and in a very harsh tone asked what kind of school that if the person doesn't pay money, then they would bring the person to put him in jail and all that. Apparently, according to his explanation, this lady, Asana Kei, had informed the president that she was being put in jail for unpaid money. So when they had that conversation, she then showed the phone to the police officer that no, she didn't tell the president that. Rather, she said they had brought her to police station for some money. So they were then called to 107's office, according to his explanation. And the police officer who had the conversation with the president, who was investigating the case, was ordered to be disrobed and thrown in jail for allegedly arguing with the president on the phone. So, you know, he was calling on how his money is going to be paid and all of that. So after we left from his place, I contacted Mr. Richard Simbe, you know, this conversation. I did tell him that if he's not going to respond officially, I'm going to use our conversation, you know, to state that I did contact him and what he said. So he did not deny that he had students in his school, but he said he had asked the school to send him a formal list of the students on his scholarship for him to pay. But since, according to him, the school did not send him the list, that stopped him from paying the money. But if they are to send him the list, he is going to pay the money. So then I asked him, I said, but if the school didn't send you the list, and you are a responsible man, you want to become a lawmaker of this district, and you know that's a school you're indebted to, why didn't you take it upon yourself, you know, for the sake of clarity and for the sake of being an astute citizen, to say, look, I told you people to bring a list, but you're not bringing a list, make more efforts, you know? And he said he was going to consult his team to speak with us. And after 30 minutes of leaving from the school, the proprietor called me that someone from within the hierarchy of the government contacted him to go to Hala Lagoon to receive $1,000 from the 3,200 plus that Miss Asana or Madam Asana, you know, Kei owes him for the students in the school. So, but he had refused to go to Hala Lagoon. Rather, they should come to his school because it's an official business to pay the money so they can be giving official receipt to the effect. So that was the investigation we were on today, you know. And as to the part where the president intervened, we didn't see evidence to that effect, though he said it, you know. I asked him for the police officer's number to call him, but again, I couldn't get the number from him. But but that is the situation currently. So they've made contact with him to pay some of the money, but he has refused to go to anywhere else other than the office to receive the money. He says he without fears that if he goes for the money, maybe it will be a net or a trap to put him in jail or something of that sort. So they should come to his school to pay his money. So just to conclude, um, it was an eventful trip across Liberia, central Liberia, and subsequently back here. But several factors stuck out for me, Dr. Richardson. Um, in those parts, especially the parts that we talk to people, they are the quote unquote urban centers of those counties. And we still got a large chunk of people who still do not know the list of candidates vying for positions, either as representative, especially the representative races. We have people who are like, who's running? The person running? When I reach that, I will decide who to vote for, and all that kind of stuff. And again, we also saw a large number, as per our opinion poll, of people who are still saying they're undecided and they're not going to vote at all. We've been faced with the issue of low voter turnout in our previous elections, especially during the senatorial by-elections, that we see from 2017 up to now. We saw low voter turnout and voter fatigue and all of those things. So we're seeing that again. There are others too who also feel like it's unsafe for them to reveal who they'll be voting for fear of being, attacked or something. So you get people telling you, for security reasons, I can't reveal my vote and all of that. But a large chunk of the people we spoke with have already made up their minds. Reasons ranging from, oh, I just let it man, oh, that it man will change the country, oh, let man get experience, oh, the other person doing this for me, so the person they're carrying and the person I'm carrying, only a minute push spoke to tangibles, reasons beyond likeness and still on in government and all of that, like to talk about tangibles, what they feel these candidates can deliver to them. It lets us know that we still are a far way, very, very far from people voting based on issues, manifesto, you know, plans, rather than love for individuals, and some sort of loyalty that is tied to some kind of tribal line or religious line or something. So those were just assessments that we made along the road while making our way back to Monrovia to prepare to go for phase 2. So I just thought to share those on the show as well for my time to give updates.
Um, Two great stories, investigative stories that you're sharing with us, Diamond. I want to take the first one and see what Maxwell and Jeru thinks about it. And it's the story about this CDC representative in District 6. You know, putting students on scholarship, he and another girls for Leah, and not paying their the tuition. So, but I want to welcome you guys and give you an opportunity to speak about that. So let's start with Mr. Maxwell since you're here first. To just what are your thoughts about that? And then we'll go to Mr. Julie.
Hello to all guests on the show. Usually, there's a tradition where we observe the all of our viewers. So I would just first and foremost say welcome to all viewers. If that is or was already done,
No,
then
no,
I'm
it was
just adding
actually
in.
thank you for taking us back there because they are integral part of the show. So you can actually feel free to welcome a few of them.
Thank you so much. Afra Max Brown. I just call in random name. Thank you so much. Patrick Okai. Thank you so much for coming on. The reason why I did that is because I know how important it is and how important you guys have been to the show, despite the fact that I'm a privileged panelist, but I do respect your views, your opinions. I do I appreciate the fact that you guys are here. So I'm just going to call a few names. CCJ, LIB, thanks for coming.
Mhm.
Adama B. Thompson,
Yeah.
thanks for coming as well. Uh, Siamiata Sanan Davis, thanks for being on. We appreciate you for being on this, and everybody else that's involved. Lawrence Gay, thank you very much for coming on as well. Quickly, I'll just go to what Dr. Richardson said.
Actually, Mr. Maxwell, let's
Yeah.
just give Mr. Jerry an opportunity to do
Okay,
so.
no problem. No problem.
You
No
already
problem.
welcome me. Yes,
No
then we
problem.
can start because actually I changed the format of my computer today, so that's why I didn't get to see all of the guests coming in. I'm looking at my other computer. But go ahead, Mr. Jerry. Just welcome our
All right.
viewers.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Well, let's do the quickly for Abu Bwakai Conan. Say, I am watching from Gather Road, Bangersville. Oh, welcome there. Jeremiah Red Paco says, watching from Baltimore. Are you in Maryland, in Liberia, or Maryland, in Maryland? I don't know where is that, Baltimore, but I believe it's USA. Dempster Greer, watching from Grand Juliet. Zulu Whiskey, welcome, buddy. You are my man right there. And Mama Celeste watching from Liberia. Is going to Georgia Collies and watching from Freetown. Hey, thank you, my sister. How you buddy there? And Bernice Moore says hello. Young Kofa is watching from County Nima County. That's my place. Welcome to this show.
Yes. So I'm just going to name a few. Want to welcome all of you guys. I'm going to start from Teresa Dazi is watching from Tennessee. Divine Yulu is following. Helena Cassette is also watching from Broadville. T. Bassett Kolwa is watching from Garnesville. Jan Emmett Kapor is watching us. Thank you guys for joining us. So we're going to just start the show by having a discussion about what Diamond told us, the findings he got from his investigative journalism. He talked first about the school. What are you guys thinking about that? I mean, that's definitely to me a problem.
Madam Richardson, Dr. Richardson,
Mhm.
I don't think I mean, at some point,
Yeah,
right,
before
you
you
have to, at some point, you have to pass the Rubicon, right? It's not a problem anymore. It's a systematic belief
Mhm.
that we can just do anything and there's no consequences. Finish. That's it, right? We make big promises. We push things for our own agenda in Liberia, for our personal agenda, promote ourselves, and then
Mhm.
we move on. When the responsibility comes in, people just don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care to show that responsibility. We've seen it in. I can go as far back as the days of Susu in the 1990s. The
Mhm.
same trait, the same behavior of being irresponsible and taking care of your financial obligation permeates Liberia continuously. That's the reason why we have a serious banking lending crisis in Liberia,
Yeah.
right? When you have people in public offices who cannot handle their responsibility, you have a bigger problem.
Mhm.
That is the reason why we have a major domestic debt in the country because the government cannot service this debt appropriately. So
Mhm.
it is not just that representative issue that is going on in the country.
Mhm.
It is the entire country that is following that, especially the government that is following that mentality. Right now, Liberia's rating, Liberia credit rating, every country in the world has a credit rating, right?
Mhm.
Recently, the U.S. government credit rating was downgraded from triple A plus to triple A. Liberia cannot even be found. It's worse. International institutions cannot even credit Liberia money because we don't pay on time.
Yeah.
So that's that little thing that you see the representative doing is it's ingrained in him. If you try to dissect his attitude and his behavior in the community, you'll find pieces of that going on continuously. Because for him, no one is going to hold him to his word. There's
Mhm.
no there's no check and balance there.
Yeah.
That's just all it is.
Thank you. Mr. Jerry, what are your thoughts about that? And then we'll do the second uh, thing that he said. What are your thoughts about that? You-
Actually, it's a sickness by government officials who think they can use the young people by promising them scholarship, put their name on the paper, the school,
Mhm.
absorb them, and for them to pay the tuition that they promised they will pay, they will not pay the tuition. This is not the first time I've heard that, and it is a bad pattern that is in our country. Even in my own country, graduate, there were a lot of people who were promised on the scholarship list by some of our senators and representatives, and they just won't pay them, just won't pay their tuition. And these
Mhm.
students are thrown out of the school, and they have nothing else to do but to hustle for themselves and see if they can pay. So sometime we ourselves once in a while we chip in with some of these students, and so it is a pattern that is being used for political benefits for these people. The
Mhm.
CDC representative, you are in the, go to the school, promise all of these students your name go way up. Oh, the man is good. He's giving people scholarship. Anytime to pay the tuition, you are nowhere to be found. The students are left in Ziale Tule. That one that big headed guy of Prophet King usually say, Ziale Tule, one of the obvious commentator on social media. He
Okay.
took, that man took 2 days to cost me.
Okay. You're coming. Another two more there. Thank you for.
The man is the most obvious, big-headed, no ear commentator on social media. I don't scare of nobody. They
Um,
only busy. I don't scare so they know I don't scare. They can talk anything about me. So,
that group blooding you. So let's go. I want to welcome Mame Ambula.
but
Mame.
look,
Mhm.
Dr. Richardson, I have a very serious meeting in my office right now. I have
Mhm.
people here. They are waiting. I just came here to say I have to leave early. So at some point in time, I will have to leave. I'm just giving you a advance notice.
Thank
So when
you.
that time comes, I'll let you know.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mame, we're discussing.
Richard, before you bring me in, I just want to make a clarity because I kept hearing this, the representative of District 6, not the representative, the CDC representative candidate in District
Ah,
number 6.
Okay, he's a
Yeah,
candidate.
CDC representative candidate in District number 6, Richard
Mhm.
Singh. So
Yes.
he did he did admit that yes he has students in the school and he's waiting on the school to provide him with the full listing. He did concord with what the proprietor said that they sent him a letter calling him a default, debtor. And he said, why should they call him a default debtor when he has now received a full listing? He told them what to do to get their money. But again, once you haven't paid money owed like default, you know, yeah. So that was just the clarity I wanted to make. And he said that
Thank
he's
you.
willing to sit down with them and come up with a way to pay their money, so that this whole issue can be resolved. So I just thought
Okay.
to make that clarity. It's not the District 6 representative, rather the TDC
So this is
representative candidate in
it's
District 6.
candidate.
Canada.
Yes. Thank you for the correction.
But Diamond, he's actually a debtor though. If you go, because before I did my scholarship program, I had to sign certain agreement with the school, like the University of Liberia. I had to sign that I will be going to be responsible for the student. So if you are going to be responsible and you fail to pay the money, you are a debtor because they are offering services to the students in response for a payment. But you didn't pay the money. So you owe them. And when you owe people, you are a debtor. So
True.
why is he running away from it? Oh my
True.
God.
Yes.
Yeah, the
You're absolutely
message
right.
is
You're absolutely
they are
right,
trying
Bibra
to
Jerry.
pass
By the way,
on try to have a sit down interview with me. I'm sorry, Maxwell, but he
no
said
problem.
he needs to consult with his team, as to whether or not he wants to grant us that interview. But since we spoke and he's aware, as I told him that I will be using his response, to balance our story because that's what you
Yes.
do. You have to
Oh,
balance the
excellent.
story. So we also called
Excellent.
Madam Asana Kerry, but she didn't answer our calls as well. But they said they won't pay the Papa 1G all of the 3,200 that she owes the school. Yeah. So I just
So
wanted to make that clear. I'll leave it at that. Any question for me, Dr.
no, you're being the back. If we need you, I will definitely call you up front to clarify. Thank you. So, my man, we're talking about two groups of people here. One is the candidate who's running in District 6. He's a CDC candidate who took some group of students to a school and is failing to pay the tuition. The other is there another group called Girls for We Are, about 30, I think 50 students. There's another person who promised to pay their tuition and also is not meeting up to the promise. So we're just discussing it in the greater context of education in Liberia. That's kind of what I wanted to uh, uh, link that too. So, what are your thoughts? We're just kind of going around. Your thoughts about these guys putting these children's men and women or organizations putting these children on scholarship and just leaving them hanging dry.
Yeah, it's just a piece of a pie. When you talk about promises unfulfilled, the thing about promising people school fees and not paying, it's just a piece of a pie. It's good we highlight in education, but there are few promises around health. There are few promises around food security. There are few promises around job creation. There are few promises all across the country. So the one with the education is just a piece of a pie. It's a trend that have been happening in Liberia. Politicians use that to get vote, especially during campaign period leading towards campaign. They make these promises, but our people should not actually be kept at the stage where they will have to beg a politician to be able to pay their school fees. Parents, most African parents, they take pride, they take honor in working and earning and being proud to say, I pay my child's school fees. They stay in the community and brag. I pay my son's school fee. I send my son to school. I send my daughter to school. That's that's the identity of the African parents. But reduce our people to the point where they will have to look up to us for school fees.
Yeah.
They will have to look up to us for medical bills, look up to politicians for medical bills, so that they can be easily manipulated. That's a system we want to change. It has not helped us. I came to this, show today, really reflecting on the last 20 years of peace in war that we're experiencing. But maybe as we go forward in the discussion, we'll talk about it. Since you just wanted my thought on the education issue, I just say yes. That's a trend that's been happening. It's been going all around. Politicians use it to get vote. And just a piece of a pie of failed promises by politicians to our people. And
So,
how
so let me.
Let me just add to what you just saying, and thank you for that brilliant perspective in terms of the African parents' pride. Because my mom and my dad, they all felt the same way, and I believe that your parents did the same way too. That's the reason why they go to the market and they go through the rain and the sun to make sure that they can afford for their children. But let's tap this up a little bit because I like the way you kind of expanded on that. Oh, by the way, Bibara Jeru, I did not say hi. Hi, Bibara Jeru. How you coming? I hope you're okay. Nice to see you again. Obviously,
But Max, before you expand, I just wanted to highlight something that Mommy said. Is I'm actually processing, and I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said, peace. Did
I
you say?
said today marks 20 years since we signed the Accra Peace Accord. And I'm
Yes,
saying Liberia has experienced 20 years of peace in the midst of war.
that's exactly peace in
Yes,
the midst of war. So
yes,
that's what
20
you said.
years of peace in
Peace
the
in the
midst of
midst
war.
of war.
Yeah.
Our relative peace. Because
Whatever
peace,
way you call it,
peace is not
whatever
the
way you
absence of
call it,
violence.
that's
It's
that's that's 20 years of peace in the midst of war. We have peace of no gun sound,
correct.
but
That's
we
what.
have war of hunger.
Hmm.
We have war of
Oh my boy, something in your head, something in your head.
That's what you see the dichotomy there. This is dichotomy that I'm processing. Peace
yes,
and war.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
Peace in the midst of war.
peace in the midst of war.
Sounds like a
20
title
years
of
of
a right?
peace without gun sound, but we fighting serious war on hunger,
Education,
serious
healthcare,
war on education,
job.
serious war on drugs.
Yes,
The push has taken over the country.
absolutely.
Serious war of unemployment.
hmm
We'll talk more about peace in the midst of
Correct.
war.
Thank you. Hold on. Okay, Maxwell, you are coming to expand on Mommy's piece of the pie thought. Can you
most definitely, most definitely. Mame lay out a brilliant premise, and that's in fact kudos to the AMU University that we both went to. These are the kind of students that have come out of the walls of the African Methodist Episcopal University. I salute to all of my colleagues that are there. So I will expand on my colleague with the utmost
If you
respect.
not go there, guess you not go there.
but let's just look at the symptoms, right? The symptoms, because peace in the midst of war, there are a lot of symptoms, and I showed that my distinguished colleague here will expand on that. We see how we have elevated this mad behavior we have in Liberia, that it has now infected the civil service agency. There is something in what is it called? Service rendered, right?
Mm-hmm.
Civil service is rendering services to the government through their capacities, right? And we see that just in the case of the students, just almost in the case of the students, we see that the government is unable to take care of civil service arrears, and they play all kinds of politics with it. That these people go home back to their families, right, without anything to give to their families, without any proper explanation to the families of why is it that salary was delayed this month? Why
Yes.
is it that we did not get salary this month, right? These civil servants and the students are placed in a similar situation. These students are going to school. They have been promised by an individual that as long as you meet up these criteria, you will go to this school on a scholarship. And they go to school on that scholarship, knowing that they don't have any arrears to take care of. They don't have to worry about the financial obligation of that. They just need to go to school and do their work. But then they find themselves stuck and stagnated at
Yeah.
some point, and people are embarrassing them. The
Yes.
same thing is happening to civil servant. Civil servant is being embarrassed by lenders because these people go out to lend money, say, can you credit me? Next month, taking pay.
Mm-hmm.
With the promise that the government will pay them July 1st. But we see
Yeah.
the government paying them where? August after that. So they immediately get into problems. So that is the extent to which this bad behavior that we've cultivated, we've cherished, and we've allowed to permeate in Liberian society is now damaging Liberian society.
Yes.
That there are two levels, from the macro level to the micro level. We can see the effects of that.
And actually, I'm seeing a parallel process. Basically, the process of what's happening in the government and the process of what is happening in the school system. But I'm also seeing a connection, because when the civil servants, when they don't get paid, it affects the family and going down to a student, because that means that student's tuition is not going to get paid. So then our young people have to go out and rely on predators, because this is what I want to call these people predators, because they're not just doing it out of the kindness of their heart. When somebody say, I'm going to give students 30 scholarship, what are you getting out of it? What's your motivation? Okay. Are you doing it because it's election time, or it's going to be election time? You want them to be obligated to you? So those are the questions that I have. So I'm seeing it appears to be a parallel process where one is happening, in the government setting, and one is having the school district. But there's a language, a lot of times this trickle down effect of not paying government employees on time. It affects multiple parts of a family. So that's what I wanted to add to that.
And for me to speak to what Mama said, if I may,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Richardson, the question, in fact, thank you, Mama, for bringing that up. The question that Liberians will be asking today is, who can fight the wars that are confronting us today? Can Georgia fight these wars?
Mm-hmm.
Can Georgia fight the war of the influx of drugs?
Absolutely.
Market on the destruction of our young people by the drugs? Can Georgia fight the lack of road network in our leeward counties? Can Georgia fight the low level of education that is permeating our society as a result of low teachers' payment, no education materials, poor system? Can Georgia fight the economic downturn by the art of corruption, graft, investing government money, misapplication of government funds or public funds. Can George Weah fight them? The answer is resounding no, because he has already blundered with these things. Then the next question is the front runner. We all agree the front runner is Joe Boyka. Can Joe Boyka fight drugs? I would say no, because he will be sleeping at home while the children will be killing themselves with drugs. He is one person who cannot make decision of himself. He is surrounded by people who will be making decisions on his behalf, which is very, very dangerous. Can Joe Boyka fight economic stagnation? I don't think so, because he has even started with economic sorrows, I can say. He's not able to pay his party headquarters. Somebody got to come and rescue. He is living in debt for the past 6 years, saying he was no longer a vice president. Can he even get himself out of that situation to think about solving Liberian economic situation? No, he cannot. Can Joe Boyka fight the agriculture system? No, he can't. He served as agriculture minister and was dismissed because of poor performance, and they continue to deny that. But who can actually do it? Councilor Tiawan say Gonglo.
I knew you were
The
coming.
only man. Because Tiawan has a resume for how Liberia will come out of these things. Let's talk about economic improvement. How can Congo improve the economy of Liberia? The first thing to start with, to pour fear in people so they cannot steal government money, is to begin to prosecute those who were indicted for stealing government money. You put those ones behind bars, and let me see whether a Mame is a minister in Gongo's government, whether he will still be brave to steal money. No, Mame will not do it. If Gibson is a minister in Gongo's government, whether Gibson will steal money, no, Gibson will not do it, because he saw the government officials who stole in early government during JMB time going to jail for what they stole for. Now, if there's no corruption, if people are reporting the gains from the Robert International Airport, people are reporting the gains from the Freeport of Monrovia, people are reporting the gains from taxes collected from our Lebanese, Indians, and other Liberian businesses, then we will have surplus in our coffers. Then Gongo can use that surplus to improve the education system, to improve the economic system, to make sure that he employed security forces that will go after people who will be arrested by bringing drugs into the country, not losing to a 100 million drug case like George Weah had done. This is why I said, if you go to vote, if you cast your ballot for George Weah, you are engraving yourself to the suffering that you have already endured. If you cast your ballot for Joe Boyka, you are telling us that you have bad decision making, because you are voting for someone who will not be able to run the government. You will have a bunch of boys around him who will be determining our fate in the government. Go and vote Tiawan say Gonglo. He will change the system. He will prosecute people. He got no friends, but he got interest. And the only interest is to be a manager of Liberia's business. And that is to improve your life.
Thank you.
I'd like to stop there.
Thank you. I want to welcome Mr. Fagon to the show. Mr. Fagon, welcome to the show. We're just talking about the education system, and of course, Max brought in the civil servants and how they have not gotten paid, and the parallel process that is connected to when you don't pay, people who's been working hard and you delay in the payment, and how it has some trickle-down effect to the school where students are not getting paid, and then somebody will come and promise them to pay their tuition, and then don't pay their tuition, letting them down. So we're just having that discussion, but then I see Jerry just brought in another piece of it. He said, who can fight the war that is happening in Liberia right now? Because even though, and Mami actually added that the guns are silent, but there's other wars that are going on. There's war with healthcare, war with education is what we're talking about. So your thoughts about it? Do you want to chime in?
Thank you.
What you say, Mami?
No, I say I forgot to cross information, but go ahead, Chief.
Oh, sorry, because he just got in. Yeah.
Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you. First of all, I like the way you asked the question. Let me greet all of those on the live feed that have sent welcome messages to me. My phones were going off. I was being invited to what I would term as a circus. I term it as a circus because when you want to talk about a man like Joseph Boakai that lives in his own house and has been living there for 41 years, despite the fact that he has served. He's been married for 51 years. He just celebrated his anniversary. He became vice president. He did not move out to build condominiums. And as a matter of fact, if you check the amount of years that he has lived in his house and minus it from someone who wants to argue aimlessly, you will find out that Joseph Boakai house might even be older than some of the people on the platform. But he lives in it. He has never changed. He's consistent. And so when you talk about who's better to take care of education, or like Mambe said, there's a war going on.
Yeah.
Economic war, educational war, agricultural war, that is war on famine and hunger. I think that's a legitimate question. Then we ask the question, who has done it before? Because when we're looking for soldiers to take to the front lines, we're not looking for E-90, or we're not looking for recruits. We're looking for battle-tested, battle-hardened, experienced soldiers. People that have been to the front line again. People who can be sleeping. When an RPG is fired, they tell you that's an RPG. When guns are fired, they will tell you that's an AR-15. The sound from over there is an AK-47. But when people come to argue on behalf of their candidate, and you ask a legitimate question like this as to who can do this job, then we ask, who has done it before? Oh, Assistant Minister for Labor, or Minister of Labor, or Assistant Minister for Justice, who was not Justice Minister, or what? We're talking about someone who has done it before and has a track record of doing it. And the number of times he has done it is older than the person who even wants to argue. And so we're looking for a general, an experienced general, to lead us into battle. One who has been on the battlefront and has paid his soldiers $150 as per the minimum wage.
So, okay.
And a young guy, let me finish my argument.
Sure.
And a young guy came and is paying them $45.
Sure.
One who had a passing rate, and the other guy came and said, I pay you YX fees. Because he paid the YX fees, they seized the children resort. And I gave you the statistics the other day, the children fared dismally.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't
One who came and said, I will pay your tuition at the university, but there are no chairs. I don't need to tell you, a debted university, you see it, no boat, the roads there, sir, dilapidated, the structures, everything, but he said he paying the fees. But he cut the children parents' salaries, and so at the end of the day, he's paying $100 a year for a university students and cutting their parents' money by $1,300. Do the math.
Yeah.
So again, when you say who can do agriculture, amen, that drum again we must beat. The former agriculture minister, the one that told us say if he continues to be minister in the next 8 years, we will not be dependent upon imported rice. Joseph Numa Boakai, the one that ran the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation, the one that instituted seeds. Man, we don't need to go there.
Mr. Falcon, I have to stop you right here. I have to
stop me
right here. Because we have, of course, I want Mommy to come in. He said you jump in front of him, but I do have a question.
But Mommy was here before me.
Well, yes, Mommy was here.
Hey
man, Mommy, go ahead.
No, you said you had a question.
Yeah, I do have a question for him.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so, but I want you to talk right now. I'll come back to myself.
Yeah. So when I say we celebrating 20 years of peace in the midst of war, intentionally did not say so we could, engage. I did not do it with the intention of going, behind political parties contesting the election. I was saying it so that we have a sober reflection
Yeah.
as group of people, as panelists. 20 years of peace in the midst of war.
Mm-hmm.
Liberia is not the only country that fought war. We have Rwanda,
Yes.
we have Japan,
Yes.
Singapore, and the rest of the other places.
Mm-hmm.
They went through turbulent times.
Yes.
Before their 20th year anniversary, the average year of all the troubled countries in the world that managed to lift their people from poverty is 17.5. But we are 20 years today. When you go to hospital, you have to buy your own surgical gloves.
Yeah.
People in the villages are cooking 3-day soup. They don't have deep freezer to freeze it.
Hmm.
They are accumulating disease as a result of that.
Mhm.
Our schools are not functional. Drugs are taking over the country. 20 years of peace in the midst of war. But when you want to bring the issue about governance into it, then I say, who led Liberia in the last 20 years of peace in the midst of war? Who led Liberia? Liberia was led by the United Party and CDC. The 20 years of peace, United Party and CDC. But like I said from the beginning, I didn't want to push this. I just wanted us to have a sober reflection.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, when it comes to the politics, we can shift blame and responsibilities
Mm-hmm.
of who takes responsibility for this war that we are fighting today in the midst of peace.
Yeah.
Who takes responsibility? Yes, United Party can point to some of the achievements they did there with all. They can point to other things that they did, yes. But we are saying our country deserve and in urgent need of a new direction. The old soldiers who fought the old war and did not succeed, that today we are still fighting those wars, need to go back in the barracks. It is time for new thinking because it seems they're fighting the war, but the war keep defeating them. That's why we say we support Gongolo. But like I said, the conversation of peace in the midst of war was not intended to shift blame, but for us to have a sober reflection. What are we doing right as a country? What are we doing wrong as a country? What can we correct to move forward? Some of the things, and one of the most important things to do to move forward is this issue about corruption. You can't do anything without addressing the fundamental headwinds between Liberia and prosperity. And that headwind is corruption. You talk about providing loans to businesses, small businesses, that's coming trademark. I like it. But we've done it before several times and times and times. The last one was the public sector loan program that Ben Savi then took. They took the money, they left. And nobody's accounting for it. It's because of corruption. You talk about roads, money that's supposed to build 250 kilometers of road, only building 100 kilometers of road because of corruption. Who in the midst of the opposition or running for president has that track record and commitment to fight corruption equal to Gonglo? So yes, we can go ahead. Let me stop there. I just wanted us to have a super reflection as a team. 20 years of peace, but we're still fighting war of hunger. The war on drugs, the war on health, the war on poverty continue. The old soldiers that fought those wars seem to not be winning. Time for new soldiers to get on the battlefront. Gonglo is that man ready to fight. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad. I mean, you're very passionate. I do appreciate the perspective once again. For I would like to add a little bit of peace to that. 20 years of peace in war, and the resulting failures of governance. I would like to add that, and I will expand on that. But first and foremost, let me just dive into something first. At first, we were talking about education. So let me just go back to that quickly. And first and foremost, I would like to thank, on behalf of Dr. Clarence Moniba and and Lino and his campaign, would like to thank the UK government for their development cooperation, specifically their scholarship that they have had in Liberia for these many, many years. We've seen how our people have treated scholarship in Liberia, and we've seen the exemplary pathway and programs the UK government have been able to provide for our students to go to the UK to do their graduate studies. So we'd like to thank the people of UK, the citizens and people of the UK government, and our development partners. We'd like to thank the Ambassador, His Excellency Neil Bradley, and Madam Kate Thompson, who is the Shashir Fair. Thank you so much for always being there for Liberian people and assisting them in their education program. On the issue of peace, uh, 20 years of celebration of peace. The U.S. Embassy has a very brilliant news article on their page titled "Commemorating the 20th anniversary of the signing of the Accra Comprehensive Peace Accord." I would just like to say to diplomats at the U.S. Embassy, the ambassador, and the Shashi Affairs there, thank you all very much, and thanks to the American people. Dr. Moniba and the campaign is very appreciative of the relationship between the U.S. government and the people of the United States of America and Liberian people. We do remember, for one, I personally remember the times where Liberians were piling dead bodies in front of the U.S. Embassy, seeking attention to the brutal crisis that were raging between Lord Rebel and the government, Charles Kange Japanatila government at a point in time when the U.S. government intervened. So we have not forgotten. We do not have short memory. We do have a very long memory in terms of the collaboration, cooperation, and peace mission the U.S. government has played in Liberia in order to protect our democracy. So yes, congratulations to the people of the American people too for assisting us to get this far, for bringing us this far. You guys have been there, and we'll always remember that. We have not forgotten what you guys did and the sacrifices that you guys had to make to get us here. Also, I would also like to, Dr. Moniba, I would also like to thank the U.S. government for the many scholarships that they've given Liberian students to build our capacity in this, as my colleague Ambula said, peace in the midst of war, to rebuild our economy, rebuild our capacity and our human capacity in Liberia. So we haven't forgotten. We will not forget. We have a very long memory as well. To Liberian people, congratulations on celebrating 20 years of peace. This is more than your Independence Day. There were days where we were sharing blood in our street. We still got graphic images on Google of Liberia's war, people eating. I cannot even make mention of that on here. Babies are dying in rivers, mothers are crying, and many things were going on. Today, we do not have guns, but I do agree with my distinguished colleague here. We have war, another kind of war. We are fighting the war of poverty. We are fighting the war of underdevelopment. We are fighting the war of hunger. We are fighting the war of corruption. We are fighting the war of bad governance. So I do agree with my colleague here wholeheartedly, but I'm glad today the guns are silent and the ballot is speaking. I remember there were days where we were having the slogan, ballot is better than the bullet. That was in the 1990s. We are now going to the ballot, and making a choice for Dr. Clarence Moniba is pivotal to the future of Liberian people. On education, lastly, before I conclude, I would like the Liberian people to understand something. Usually, I don't talk about this. I allow people to go on their attack as they want. I just want Liberian people to know this. Apart from Dr. Clarence Moniba PhD degree, Dr. Clarence Moniba is a distinguished graduate of the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. And he is the only candidate in the current race who is a graduate of that particular prestigious institution, where his alma mater boasts of people like Barack Obama and many other distinguished individuals around the world. So when people talk about education, when it comes to Dr. Clarence Moniba, the reason why I don't respond, because maybe they are not doing their homework. Dr. Clarence Moniba is highly, highly educated, very capacitated, very eloquent, and very ready to take on the presidency of the Republic of Liberia? Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm going to add my views. First of all, I'm sure you guys saw the CPP uh, launching of their campaign today, and it was quite impressive. I didn't get any congratulations from any of my colleagues, but that's okay. Yes, Mr. Falcon, but that's okay. We did very well. I'm excited about it. I just had a great Friday. But in speaking about having a somber reflection of the war in Liberia, Mommy, you took my mind all the way to the vicarious pain that I felt when, even though I wasn't present in Liberia when the war was going on, but I have lots of family. My parents were there, my brothers were there, my sisters, my cousins, everybody were there. And we knew exactly what was going on with our family members because they were running, they were hiding, they were being tapé. My father, as old as he was, child soldier, was telling him to drop his pants. That a story that he never forgot until he died. But it was hurtful. People will say, "Oh, you are not there," but imagine just being in a place where your family are running. You don't know when you wake up whether you get a phone call, if they're alive or if they're dead, or which part of the world they are, whether they're in Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ivory Coast. You just never knew. So that's what I'm reflecting on. But I tell you, that pain that I felt from, not knowing where my parents were or not knowing where, Liberia was going, something that we never had in our life before. When I look back, I think it made me stronger in terms of education. It made me, I think, a more humane person. Humility was another thing that, came to my mind. So, when and also I believe it drew me to uh, the CPP plan for education. The plan that if we give everybody quality education in Liberia, I mean high school quality education, as free quality education, as we see now, uh, George, we as government give the university students free education, but the CPP, Mr. Cummings, would like to give quality education to all persons in high school. And I think it will really, really make a difference. Then we wouldn't have people promising to pay these students tuition for a hidden agenda, for ulterior motives. So I believe that one plan that will work well that Mr. Alexander Cummings is going to enforce when he becomes president. He also is working on, in his education plan, I believe, he's looking at adult education and vocational school. We realize that everybody don't have to go to college. I think uh, although it's a pride and joy, like I think, Mama, you said that parents in Liberia, want their children to be better than them. That's something that most parents, and that better they're talking about is they're talking about, I want you to get a better job. I want you to be better educated. The next generation, I want you to be a better person than I am. And so, uh, and in that better, you realize that not everybody is capable, or not everybody want to go to 4-year college. So how about we spend some time in which Mr. Alexander Cummings is part of his education plan? It's like we need to spend some time opening vocational schools, um, and then of course spend some time strengthening our colleges around the country, because then people have a choice, and we need those technical careers, the people who can do plumbing, the people who can do build a house, from construction workers. We need those technical mechanics. We need those. Everybody don't have to be sitting down in a classroom. So for me, again, just my somber reflection would be that the strength of the war and the pain of the war has actually attracted me to being a better person and looking forward to having a desiring Liberia all the time. This is one of the reasons why I don't give up on Liberia. So those are my thoughts. Mr. Fagon, you were speaking, and then Mr. Jerry, you just came in. Um, you know, I wanted you to I wanted to see your reaction to what President George Weah said today about Vice President Buckeye. I don't know if you heard it. It was played here earlier. Well, he was basically saying that uh, how can Buckeye call him corrupt when the car that President Buckeye drives comes from the man who was corrupt. And he, as you were, and the reason why that came to mind, because you were saying who's better capable of changing corruption in our country than Vice President Parker. That's what you said. And so what George, you are saying is, I disagree with that. You know, George, you are saying that he, and you mentioned Vice President Parker's home. He also mentioned President Parker's home. He said that this man being in his home for, you know, like you were saying, for all these years, and he saw that as a negative, not as a positive. So I wanted to see your reaction. What are your thoughts? You didn't hear it yet?
Well, we don't listen to trash, but just because you raise it,
okay,
and let me speak to it.
Uh-huh.
This man played football and never built the things he built today. So at the end of the day, he became president. He built 17 condominiums after he became president. Joseph Boakai was president for 12 years. He stayed in his house. And like I always say, after all these years, why can't they point to corruption on this man? Because he did not go there to steal. What President Weah was telling you is that my friend there, you'll see, is not a good rogue. He served you guys for 12 years and stayed in his own house. I have served you guys for only up, not even 6. See my condominiums. See my house on 11th Street. See my other house behind Stryker. And I will be showing you your pictures tomorrow. They want to make an 8-story building. Do you know where the old Egyptian embassy was? On 11th Street?
No.
Okay, don't worry. We'll be showing you that one.
Tomorrow?
What? Of course. That benefit probably from my mouth.
No. I wanted to see it today, but I'm just anxious. But that's okay. We can wait until tomorrow.
No, I always wait for my friend.
I know. That's okay.
Because when I say put it up, he don't go to the background and come by and say, oh, if I go high, happy. Now, let's come to the man saying, the car that Joseph Boakai Joseph Boakai riding, I bought it. Okay, show your document. Since when have you, Abdullah Mame, and others been buying car? You don't have any documents. You don't have any paper. But at the end of the day, does George Weah lie? That is the question. Does he lie? If he's noted, if he's a pathological liar, then nobody listens to him. Where is our airline bureau? Where is the Bali Island? Where is the Congotown overhead bridge? Where is the ELWA overhead crossing? Where is the coastal highway? Dr. Francine. Alibaba and the 40 rogues cannot tell you that they are wearing brief and you believe them. Do not ever believe anything that George Weah said. Let me remind you on day one that George Weah said Liberians will no longer be spectators in their own economy. What are they now? Are they spectators or they are radio listeners in their homes? George Weah said that he will lift over 1 million people out of poverty. What did George Weah finance minister say? He lifted 27 million people out of poverty, but the World Bank said he plunged 3.5 million people into poverty. Again, what did George Weah say? He said that, look, I will make sure you all make better money than what you are making now. He took them from making $150 to making how much now? $45. George Weah said he will make the cost of living better and that people will have affordable food and what have you. He took burger rest from 13, he make it 22. He took gasoline from 350, is now 550. So again, whatever you may want to believe from President Weah, there is only one thing. I, Eugene Lamy Gbeyang Betuma Fangon, I borrowed this from the wisdom of Joseph Boakai. There is only one thing I can believe from President Weah, and that is if he open his mouth and tell me that, hey, man or woman, I'll believe it. If he tells me today that he married a woman, I will believe it. Other than that, even if he tells me good morning, I'll look at my watch. Because if you oblige me on this platform, I can give you a litany of lies that President Weah have told, and you will not be able to argue against it. President Weah was paying for Joseph Boakai to come here for heart surgery. That was the argument before the old man came. And you all heard it. The old man you talked to sitting in the car at the airport, did he do heart surgery? The old man at Kenya spoke every day, going by state energetic speaking. But he was supposed to give the money that the old man needed for the heart surgery. This old man, Dr. Franklin, is not the person running him off. He's not talking. He's moving. Pokoyokpo. 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 George Weah is the one campaigning. The Liberian people finished taking the president. He's in Pupu water. You saw it. Akara's Grey pour in Pupu water. The Akara's Grey that had his engagement in Aracos, he wedding in Paris, but walking in Pupu water to beg for vote. Pour him in Pupu water. George Weah is in the ring right now as we speaking, all in Peaceville, begging the people for vote. Joseph Boakai sitting down to a horse. Call your friend, Dr. Fencing. Please call your friend right now in Liberia. Say, can you call the Peaceville Town Hall right now and tell me what's happening there? Or should I send a video to you?
Yes.
The young, patriotic Liberian entrepreneurs are dancing their feet off at the Peaceville Town Hall right now endorsing Joseph Numa Boakai. As for Nimapa, a lockdown, I shouldn't show you pictures from there. The old men have not even started the campaign. People have already decided. So if you see that, in fact, even Kumis is not campaigning. Don't not guess it, pick up and go and visit. Look, when we say campaigning,
Mr. Fakon, not even going to acknowledge what you saw at our headquarters today?
I'm coming to that one. What you saw to your headquarters and I need me your campaign.
Yeah, but it was packed.
That campaign team, that's what I want to tell you. Even Kumis is not campaigning. That we are all in people water begging people for vote.
Man, 30 seconds, man. 30 seconds.
Gomlo riding in or pick up back. Waving the broom, telling the post, say, we will talk to y'all. But we are going around begging. Okay. Why is he begging? Because the Liberian post say, we will not give you 6 more years to kill another 12 auditors. We will not allow you to kill our 3 boys or pressure cooker or anybody. You will not finish our children with drugs because you and Finabono got to pay condominiums. Okay. My friend, the money you pay off for the $5 or the Firestone money that you and two are eating and the $82 and giving our people $18 will not give you 6 more years to do it. Now let me give you breaking news. They came from Qatar. Sandra just came from Qatar.
Oh, okay.
What did you hear about the Qatar trip? He comes back with 18 million. Every Liberian listening on the sound of my voice, hear me and hear me well. Just as you are showing me their t-shirts and their lapa, eat their money well. Because UAE Qatar, you will not get 1 carbon from our country. I can guarantee you that one. I can assure you. And all those that are eating the money, that are in the video dancing, to them, the who them, get ready. Thank you guys for building these big buildings on 11th Street, Mr. President. At the old Egyptian restaurant, 10 seconds. Joshua, that building, Joshua, on 11th Street, I'm telling you who it's going to be for. You like I can cheat on the paperwork. The one behind Striker, I am telling you who it will be for. And take my word for it, those properties will be seized and they will be for government. It will be a ministry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fakon. Mr. Cherry, your thoughts?
Yeah. Thank you. Is it me, right?
How you going again?
No, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
George, when I listened to that recording, and I don't know why Sapagosi they don't listen to that because as a PR person, not a propagandist, which he is, as a PR person, you listen to the negative comments about your principal.
Gibson, you can't tell her how to run our campaign. Run your own.
And then you finish talking, man.
Hey, Mr.
No,
Fagon.
but why you want to tell her how to run
Let's,
our
Mr.
campaign?
Fagon, let's
Let me
change
talk.
it later. We are begging
Hey,
you.
you
Why
can't
your
tell your
skin
own. Why
always
you can't tell your own?
why
Okay,
is it
okay.
you are not comfortable with people criticizing you? That's
But
the
run
essence
your
of
campaign.
education.
That's what I'm leading.
Welcome.
You
No,
get behind.
no,
Don't
Mr.
do that.
Fagon, please
So,
let him talk.
so I'm surprised that JNB propagandists don't listen to other negative comments about him. That's why they
No, we
continue to
don't.
sing- This is why they continue to sing the same song over and over. But
Okay.
coming back to George Weah's statement about JNB, it is almost like Pat telling Tiketor you are black. And unfortunately, Gongo does not even like the Pat or the Tiketor. That's the problem. No, let me come to for George Weah. The man is inherently corrupt. He is inherently corrupt, and he is completely out of place when it comes to governance politics. This man relies on other people bring to run a government, and that is the person that Eugene Fagon gave us. They sold to us a buffoon. They sold to us a political. Let me take that word from him. I wanted to use that word, but I don't want to use it. They sold to us the. Stop laughing. I don't like that when you
I'm
laugh.
laughing because when I finish with you tomorrow, what I get on you, when I finish with you will run from the platform.
I have been.
Somebody asked me to hold it back until tomorrow.
No, don't hold it
we are
back.
coming.
I want to do it today.
I have been
Dr.
told by
Francine,
Costa
right now,
and his
as I
boys.
say now, I will send you
I've been
3.
told by Darren DeLong.
Just 3. I'll send it to you.
Okay, y'all hold it. Go
I
ahead.
get
Gary.
30. I will send you 3.
Okay,
on commis.
keep interrupting me. But let me say that. So we all know why George Weah
I
is.
send 3 to you.
Okay,
We all
thank
know
you.
why George Weah is. But Dr. Francis, don't you know what Waka is? Can we pretend that we don't know what he is? Waka is someone, when it is good, then he claims that he and Ellie did a good job. Waka is someone, it is bad, then he said Ellie is the one who was corrupt, I was vice president. That is the bad politics these brothers continue to preach. And his like come on this place and tell us that JMB not corrupt. He refused to be audited. If JMB was going to invite the auditors to audit his office and the auditors declare him clean, then we can say, yeah, he's clean. And now we will start with JMB. When Congo take over, everyone who worked in Ellen government, everyone who worked in Joshua government will be opened up to audit. Because JMB is the person who continues to tell that he's clean. What is the litmus test to declaring yourself clean? What litmus test did you use? Unfortunately, we're not going to buy that kind of that self-praise, self-appraiser that he is always on. We're not going to buy that. But I can promise you, Fagon, this is why I don't want JMB to be elected. I want for Councilor Gongo to be elected. Because they come in for square peg in round hole again. They come in for square peg on round hole. They asked Fagon at the capital, what kind of media work have you done? He said, I've been on talk show on Facebook. Is that media work? So they're talking about Deputy Information Minister.
Okay,
That's what can happen if you have people.
Telling him.
Mr. Gary.
No, I'm not going against it. I'm just saying
No, I know you're doing a contest. Yes, but we were talking about. I want you to. I want to redirect your thoughts to. We're reflecting on the fact that we don't.
Yes. Okay, following my man. Following you attack me. Yesterday you attacked me. So unfortunately, what we need to organize the people out there, they shouldn't be emotional and shouldn't be too fast to pick their president.
Yes.
Our people, please sit down and ask yourself a question. Can George Weah make us a good 6 years again? The answer will be a resounding no. Good. Then the question that comes is, who is the runner-up? Joseph Boakai. Can Joseph Boakai guarantee us a credible, checked governance politics where he will be on top of things, that he will not be sitting down somewhere else while a group of boys running the government? Then the other question you need to ask yourself, if JMB was to phase out tomorrow by circumstances beyond his control, and he no more can be a president. Can Jeremiah go run our country? Is he the right panacea for the problem our country has? The
30
man who
seconds.
has been corrupt in the Senate from the day he entered. Can he be the one who can run our country? Those two questions are very important. But if your answers are all no, just as mine, then think about Tiawan Say Gonglo.
Mhm.
This is the most credible that you can think about. This is the man who will make sure that Joseph Walker is audited. Clarence, Dr. Clarence is audited. These are all people who work in early government. They have not been audited, and we audit all of them one by one. And I saw the other day my little brother,
30, 10
Prince,
seconds.
10 seconds. I saw the other day my little brother, Prince, tried to throw mud at Councilor Gonglo. That's why I don't even respond to it because he don't know Gonglo. Say he was born yesterday, he didn't know what Gonglo have been doing. So therefore, I don't want to respond to it.
Okay. So let's go to Mr. Maxwell, and then we're going to come to Mame. So we're talking about having a somber reflection on the fact that we have peace in the midst of war on healthcare, war on poverty, war on education. So I want you to just share with us your thoughts about this war this silent war that we are having, a tormented.
I'm not going, I'm listening.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely, Dr. Richards. As a matter of fact, a few days ago, Dr. Moniba and myself and the team had a conversation, and he was passionately speaking to the efforts of our foreign partners, our international partners, our allies in democracy, right? And he's cognizant, and I hope that the European Union office in mission in Liberia is listening. He's cognizant of the European Union's diligent effort that they have made towards restoring peace and democracy in Liberia as a democratic partner. He's also on a multilateral level. He's very aware of the bilateral relationship between Liberia and other European nations directly. Case in point, Germany has been our tremendous partner in the energy sector. He's cognizant of that. These efforts have restored Liberia democracy and has restored confidence to Liberian people. He's also fully aware of the People Republic of China relationship with Liberia and helping Liberia go forward. And he's very grateful. Dr. Moniba is very grateful for that. He thanked them very much for the continuous effort towards Liberia. But most importantly, Dr. Moniba spoke passionately about ECOWAS. He spoke passionately about ECOWAS. And each and every Liberian, despite the fact that we are now in a heated political season, like as I will borrow words from Dr. Chinaway's somber moment, we need to reflect on ECOWAS' tremendous assistance to Liberia. When I say tremendous, I mean blood, sweat, and tears. To the representative, the permanent representative or the ambassador of ECOWAS to Liberia, we'd like to say thank you for your mission, but we'd like to extend this to all of our brother nations for helping Liberia to reach its far. It is because of the gallant effort of ECOWAS that today we can sit here on platform and talk about politics. Is because of their gallant effort that George Weah now has the presidency and unfortunately has misused that opportunity, that blood, sweat, and tears that they have fought to give back to us so that we can become part of nations once again. So I just want to make that clear. On a note of corruption, when we're talking about war, we talk about war of corruption, right? A year ago, Dr. Clarence Moniba openly declared that he's very willing and open to any audit, review, monitoring, and evaluation financially of his position when he served as the youngest minister of state for presidential affairs in the history of Liberia. So that in itself is very, very commendable. Minister without portfolio, Minister of State without portfolio. I just want to correct that. So he's very open. He also called on the Weir administration to be audited, and not just only the Weir administration, even his government he worked in, the Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government. He called on the Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government to be audited, including his own position. So he's been very transparent in calling for an audit of all government, including what he has done as well. So Brother Jerome talking about Dr. Clarence Moniba will be audited as if it is not on the record. It is clearly on the record. Now, in wartime, the failures are what we are talking about here today. We know clearly, and that's the reason why Dr. Clarence Moniba is in the position right now to replace Ambassador Weir. Now, I can call Dr. Clarence Moniba Dr. Clarence Moniba because he earned a doctorate degree. The doctorate degree given to President Weir is an honorary degree. The fact that people call him doctor is a grave mistake and an insult to the academic community.
Insult to me.
You can keep that on your wall, but you cannot carry the title. And the fact that people are calling the president Dr. Weir is a shame on our intellect in Liberia, and people need to desist from that. That's just the first failure. The cabinet members should be advising the president not to even use that doctorate, honorary, on his name. But they've all sat there and they've allowed it to play out. And that is exactly how they have allowed so many bad things to play out in Liberia. People in Liberia need to understand that George Weir cabinet is split into two. There is a consistency of conflicts that go on within George Weir cabinet. And because of that, he became an ineffective president. That is the level of war that we have. We have a war in the executive branch of government, among the executive branch of government cabinet ministers. Not just a war on the street in poverty, not just a war in our courts, not just a war in our rule of law, not just a war in our social affair. Even in the president cabinet, there's an ongoing war. We know fully well the president cabinet is split between McGill and Samuel Twe and Eugene Namwe and the rest of the other group of people. We know that. The Liberian people can see. So this aspect of what we're talking about, it permeates and goes deeper than we just on the surface of we don't have rights to eat, we don't have a good road, we don't have good water and sanitation, we don't have good hospital. The government, President Weir's government, has damaged itself in terms of its operability. The government cannot operate.
30 seconds.
They cannot operate without confusion. And that is the reason why Dr. Moniba will be replacing George Manuel Weir come October 10th. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mame?
Yeah, a few things to President Weir's statement to Vice President Joseph Boakai. For me, I wouldn't describe it as a lie like Fagon did. You know, maybe he has the facts more than I do because I don't work with Boakai, right? And he works with Boakai, so he has the facts. But here is what I see. I see it more as a promotion for Vice President Boakai than as a condescending statement or a statement of, you know, degrading him. For anybody, I mean, you serve as vice president for 12 years and you have to go and beg the incoming president for a car to ride. I mean, it says a whole lot about Vice President Boakai's character. That's just not empirical evidence about his character. You know what I mean? It's just anecdotal, you know. Just looking at the fact that you can serve as vice president for 12 years and you don't have a car, it tells you, you know, the character. Because George Weir got over 30 cars parked places all around the country, just from serving as vice president, just serving as president for 6 years. He has more than 25 horses across the country. These are places he could not build when he played football. We saw him before 2017 election. But besides president, there are ministers in that country, deputy ministers in that country, who right after serving as minister, they got 3-4 cars parked in their yard.
True.
And in some of the cases, the reason why those cars are parked in their yard, Councillor Congo team were reviewing some of the way we can reduce costs in government. You know, there is a policy, a fleet management policy as part of our research. We managed to establish that there is a fleet management policy that allows government ministers and head of institutions to take government cars after 3-4 years. They depreciate cars that are bought for up to 90,000. After 3 years, they depreciate it to maybe $4,000, and the minister buys it. Under that fleet management, he has the first preference to purchase. So that's why all of them buy expensive cars. So they buy the car 90,000. After 3 years to 4 years, they depreciate it to 2,500, and the GSA sell it to them. They pack that. That's how you see this government. So one of the things Councillor Gonglo is thinking about when we review that thing is, as president, we cut that off immediately on day one. You don't depreciate government asset in that manner and form. So to Fagon and the other people saying Vice President Bwaka beg George we have for car, for me it's more for promotion for Vice President Bwaka than your condemnation. I'm interested in this. I want to bring this thing up again.
Sure.
It's about governance. Some of the war we're fighting in the midst of peace.
Sure.
There's this story about this smart AR. Our people were victimized. They lost their money. Because I know a lot of the people across the country, they see the spoon show on the radio now. People lost their money. The primary responsibility of government all over the world, the most important responsibility of government is to regulate. That's the primary responsibility. How come this company came in the country, or people in the country register this company, is connected to Sercom and Lone Star? Because it is a financial institution, it required financial clearance and accreditation from the central bank. It requires insurance for the cash they're withholding. How come this institution was established? The government did not do due diligence, and our people have lost their money. And the government is not saying a word. You did not bring investment to get the people a job. You did not bring investment to improve their life. But you register a company that's stealing from them. And you cannot say a word. I listen to some people working in the regulatory sector. They say, oh no, we just register the company. If anybody get problem with them, you need to go ahead and run after them through the code of law. I'm like, no. The reason why government has all these regulations that before you can operate, you must get sectoral clearance, you must be registered, you must pay tax, you must get accredited, you must be insured, is to make sure that the right things are done so the citizens are protected from fraud. The government dropped the ball. The government failed Liberians on this one again.
Yeah.
To not have put in place due diligence for this smart AR, to not have ensured that it is a credible institution and allow it to start transacting with people on financial issues. And today they lost their money.
Yeah.
The government cannot say anything. I'm suspecting that people within government, especially those who are responsible in the financial sector, are conniving in this identical issue. If they were not conniving, but now they would have come up with a statement on how they can get this company to retrieve the people money. I saw people cry in their last money. They put it into this smart AR.
Wow.
And in Liberia, once they say the company registered, but oh yeah, the government registered the company, so they believe it. That's a high level of trust.
Yeah.
It is not right to do, but again, in this war of artificial intelligence, in the war of technology, technically Liberia is technologically illiterate. We don't have it's the experience, even in the Great War, people still trying to experience technology. We don't have it in Liberia. The penetration is low. So the government needed to make sure that they put in place mechanism that companies coming in to register for this type of transaction, good due diligence are conducted. Because they did not do it, our people are losing money. Our
Yeah.
people are losing money because they did not do it. I think the government should take responsibility for this.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mommy. So, there's two couple of thoughts that I have going through my head, and I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. Uh, you said that the fact that George Weah talked about Buckeye not having a car uh, is a plus for President Buckeye, right? I mean, Vice President Buckeye. Um, I was just wondering, Vice President Buckeye got about $2 million, coming through his office for himself personally. When you look at the Liberian people budget, so I'm wondering, like, what happened? I mean, how did he manage his own debt, or was he in debt, or something like that? So those are the thoughts that go through my mind. That would leave him to go ask somebody like George Weah for a car, who will now today be bragging and call him ungrateful. One of the things, my pet peeve is, I don't like when somebody give you something and then you gotta go be bragging that you give this person something. I think that's a bad character. Um, my second thought about what you said about the AI, the smart AI company. I want to tie this back to my own somber reflection about education in our country. There was a lengthy period of time where our education system just eroded. We're in war. Okay. Wherever you stopped, if you stopped in 10th grade, imagine adding 20 years where you didn't have, or another 10, 15 years where you didn't have good schools. Teachers were not teaching, everybody just running. And so, now we are back. And part of my reflection is, with the kind of peace that we have, this fragile peace, we are sort of slowly putting things together. And this is why it is important, when October 10th comes, Liberian pick the right person, the person who can lead them to revamping our education system. Because education is the foundation for development in our country. Education is a foundation of getting a job. Education is the foundation of even voting right, instead of voting for rice and T-shirts. I believe Diamond gave us one of his introduction here today. He said one of the things he took away from his trip, going to Banga and Nimba, was that people are just voting on loyalty, connection, not on issues. Okay. And to me, this is one of the importance of education, is you at least begin to include at knowing about somebody, the issues that they're going to resolve, even though you may be connected to them or loyal to them, but that's going to at least play a role in your decision making process. So, I'm happy, like, this is, again, I told you what attracted me to Mr. Cummings, his focus on education. And one of the things that he says is that he is going to give quality education to all high schoolers in the country, because he knows education is the link of employment and for development for our country. He's going to focus on teachers training. All those years that our teachers weren't teaching, they were struggling. Now they came back and they're struggling to be, get their education, their instructional skills up to par. He's going to make sure that we invest in the training of our teachers, because if our teachers are not trained, then our students are not up to par with the rest of the world. So he's going to make sure, another thing that I like, the opportunity for adult education. There's a lot of people. Remember when you used to have night school in Liberia before? I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember. I don't know who as old as I am on this platform. There were certain people who went to night school for various reasons. And I don't know if that is still, popular in our country right now, but that is something that
When you get current, how you go to next school, you exclude your current to Ariku.
well, that's a point, that's a point.
Yeah.
But the focus on and night school was for different reasons, but the reason he's going to add another reason. It's going to be open to other adults who want to go to school but they couldn't go to school because they're working. Maybe they're in the market. Maybe they're working like the soldiers used to go to night school in the military. So you imagine if you put your energy and become the poster person for promoting education in our country. If George Weah would have done that, imagine how our education system was going to be, up, at least get on the track of being up to par to the other places in the world. No, but you leave early education and you jump straight to college. You're going to get free education to college. It is not adding up to me. So I like the fact that he's going to focus on, education for everybody, high school students. He's going to focus on, adult education, vocational education, teachers training. So those 4 things are the things that Mr. Cummings is going to focus on, including pregnant women, because we know that sometimes pregnant women have to be kept well. They got to eat and they have to take the right proper prenatal care, because we know at the end children have to be born and they have to be up to par and smart. This is what they do in the developed world. So Mr. Falcon, we're going to go to you. We're going to change this topic very shortly on us soon, but any last final thoughts? You're going to take us home on this.
Anybody, and first of all, let me say to Abdullah Mohammed, nice try, because you say Joseph Boakai should take it as a compliment. No. Let me put it this way. When you encourage President Weah to continue to remain a pathological liar, you're not doing our country a service. There are EPS officers assigned with Vice President Boakai, former Vice President Boakai, that we are getting to him. It came from inside his head, or that's an entitlement. Is the former Vice President entitled to a vehicle and escort vehicles? Mm-hmm. Let's not encourage people to be liars. And that's why I said we'll not pay attention to it. Oh, the car is driving. I don't want to give it to him. That your power money, Joey. That your power money. Because sometimes we need to speak Liberian English. Or we should go to how he gave the other side of RIA Highway to John Mahama, who gave him the 4 Prado Jeeps. That the one we can't tell you. Or that one we can't all later. Should we walk through his lies? Say your heart all the time. Let me just walk through at least 50. Because you know what? I have my time. They see President Weah supposed to get rice production and food security. Where you at? They see President Weah also get electrification of Kinjo in Cape Mount. Is there? They see President Weah was supposed to get Tapeta to Saclay Tapeta Road. He gave it to you. They see President Weah was supposed to get Tapeta to Swedru Road. He gave it to you. They see President Weah say 100 housing unit in Bong. Is there? 100 housing unit in Nimba. Is there? Food bank. He said you're going to create a food bank. Is it there? Let's just go one by one. Where is the Ibuma loom? Where is the Eton loom? Where is science club in the secondary school clubs he was going to open for all secondary schools? Are they there? We'll go on. Swear to first time. You're higher. That road there. The special prosecutor on rape. Have you seen him? What he need? Have you seen the National Sex Offender Registry that Dr. Francine is looking for? They have subsidy for poor people. They free healthcare for people over 70. The $50 million medical laboratory, have you seen it? In fact, let me go to the top of my list. Where is Lone Star Air? Where is the Coastal Highway? Where is the $1 million job? Where the Twin City on Bali Island? Where the 2,000 housing unit that was working in West Point? Where the Israeli investor or the UAE investors? Hey man, I will waste the people time. When a man comes out and lie, you ought to know when you see a lie. If I am entitled to my salary, and George Weah comes out tomorrow and say that you think Fagon men are talking about I pay him his salary, you will believe it? So let me close on this topic by saying, Ambassador Joseph Newman Boakai, remains the front runner in this race for a reason. Part of the reason, and let me be frank, even though I don't like Prince's repetition of this whole book thing, because I think he was doing well, as an older person, much more experienced, you cannot take 4 days to talk about this man's doctorate degree. You start pissing people off. Those who are attacking, you take 1 day, pass by it, because our electorate looking for what they will eat, how much Dr. Boniba will pay them when he become president, what he will do for them, more so about his doctorate degree. 3 days, you can't stay on that one topic. You hear it, you pass, because you are selling your market. And the people right now, they're looking for rice and soup. They're not looking for burger. They're not looking for hot dog. You bring hot dog, you'll be on the side of the road for a long time. However, you're doing a good job marketing your candidate, I must admit. Now the other man, he attacking Bwaga, he attacking me. Why am I on the policy issue? For him to back Gonglo up by saying what teachers Gonglo will bring, if they're not using that Joseph Bwaga, he can pay rent, he can do this. He was still on inside. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is, George Weah has run out of ideas. He has lied so much so until even girls' hair, he lied how they were bringing factory from China to produce wigs. For hair on girls, he lied on that one. So, again, he's ran out of ideas. What you saw from West Africa newspaper, all of you. And what did they say about what Parker was bringing? The new thing. They say he's made progress in the area of education, agriculture, roads, and so forth. While Parker is talking about what I would do for agriculture, so we are walking in the poo-poo water saying, you don't forget me? You don't forget what I did for you when I was playing football? Nobody is interested in what George Weah did for them when he was playing football. People are more so interested in what George Weah have done for them over the last 6 years. And over the last 6 years, George Weah cannot say he increased people's salaries. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Joseph Bwaga can point to the ministerial complex. They can point to the airport. They can point to Tapeta. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Bapolu Hospital. There's no doctor there, Dr. Francine. The man you saw in those photos, Dr. Francis Kete, is the chief medical officer. And there was a woman at the point of death, and he took a team of doctors. That is his job. He went up there, he performed surgeries.
Yes,
he went to Sando, he did the same thing. He goes around with the team, and they do that. Look at the AI that my brother Ambula talked about. In order for Lone Star and Orange to do business with those people, that company had to be duly registered.
Yeah.
And there was no physical transaction. Instead, everything was done through the banks. Wow. Where is the financial intelligence unit? How is it that huge sums of Liberian dollars will now be taken out of the country? To which country will they take LD? Can they bundle the money that they took from those people? No. But George Weah government is a BM government. The money is traceable. The companies can be caught. Orange and Lone Star should be held responsible for what has transpired. But again, BM government. Nobody gave money with hand, Dr. Francine. The money passed through the bank. So who received the money at the counter? How was this transaction carried out? What volume of money did they take out? When did they take it out? Then you go sit down to police station and you're arguing. Where are the banks? So I want to say to those people, don't even worry yourself. If they don't want to pay you, wait for October 10th. Under a Joseph Bwaga administration, Orange, Lone Star, and the individuals concerned will be held accountable. And if the FIU does not come up with anything substantial under a Joseph Numa Bwaga administration, you will have a new FIU that will protect your transactions monetarily. I respectfully submit because I see my brother with Shabu Shani coming on.
Thank you. Let's welcome your brother. Stand under
Don't
the
welcome
show.
him. Just tell him what Chowea say. The car that Joseph Bwaga driving, Chowea said that he buy it for him. I just telling you, Chowea said that he buy it.
So we're gonna move to Maxwell,
Prince. Yeah, thank you.
my mate,
Thank
and
you very much.
But the people
Stand
that
up.
talk 3, 3, 4
No,
I mean,
no,
Especially
knowing me.
Abdullah,
no, we're not ignoring you. We're not ignoring
Abdullah
you.
Nanto,
No, we're not ignoring you.
Maswell Nanto, John Wiakato, where he back out for President Joseph Yima
I give
Baka.
my time
hey,
to
my
read
man
the
say,
canton.
Montege, believe it.
We know he lying. but quick,
What
let's
did
just
Maxwell
5
come
minutes.
come and
actually,
say,
let me
Just
give,
5 minutes.
I mean,
Come on, man. Come on.
No, I respect Maxwell. Let
Come on.
Maxwell go
Come
Hey,
on.
ahead.
no, Maxwell,
Thank
Maxwell,
you.
eat
Thank
a
you.
tattoo
Thank
degree.
you.
We
actually,
Thank you.
food now.
we're going through a new topic, so let's.
Yeah.
No, let
I want to
Maxwell
give
go
Maxwell
ahead.
a minute to respond because I'm new
First
here.
and
Give
foremost,
Maxwell 30 seconds because he Canada in him, he campaign team here, you're unfinished.
I
That campaign team
understand.
there.
Are you there,
That
Craig?
campaign team come his name. Coming in the same old people that you need Ottawa for. That campaign team. That Maxwell told them coming, man.
Eugene, start trying with your petit filibuster here, my man. The more one,
But Maxwell told now.
wait now, I'm talking.
Why you're
Come on
respecting
now,
the
I'm
people?
talking.
Okay,
I'm
please define for me
talking.
what
Give
you
me
call
chance now.
petit
Give me
filibuster.
chance. Give me chance.
No, but
First
help me,
and
you
foremost,
teach me
hey,
today.
my man, you
Petit
disrupting me right now.
filibuster.
First and foremost,
No,
first
they
and
make it teach
foremost,
me. Petit
first and
filibuster.
foremost, first and foremost, Eugene.
My
First
man,
and foremost,
I
Eugene
think petit
Fagon,
filibuster
you
me.
my big brother in
Fagon,
age, but I'm
let
a
him
big brother in
finish.
government.
Now,
Fagon,
boss
wait.
that man talking about.
Give me chance
Fagon,
now.
let
You're
him
disrupting. Everybody start laughing at you again.
So
You
that
do that
Boston
kind of
Papa
thing.
Eunice you talking about,
You
yeah?
can't do the thing I did, my man. First and foremost,
Okay.
if I go, you my big brother in age, but you're a big brother when it comes to government. I've been serving government for 12 years plus. So you're not past that part, me. I know that very, very well.
Okay, wait, let me ask you a question.
No, Fagon, wait.
So give me chance. Answer me question. You're not asking me question. You're not the moderator.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Yeah, the man throw right. Wait, let you finish. Let you put it down.
I give the grammar over to
the second thing is for the past 3 days, and I got a mark on my sheet right here. You guys have went, some of the guys on the show have went consistently against Dr. Moneyba's education. And I kept quiet about it. Y'all went over the doctorate and everything else. I kept the best for last because I finally brought a proof of where he actually comes from. Eugene came and said, we shouldn't talk about that anymore. Why you can't talk about the Harvard University, Kennedy School of Government now? He said, push it one side, and I said, nothing. Go ahead now, Eugene. Say that nothing. But the point is, what are we concerned about? We are concerned more about wasteful spending. Because Dr. Moniba already has the education, he's sound. Because of what he knows, he's more concerned about wasteful spending and reoccurring expenditure in the government, in the national budget. That is what Dr. Moniba is focused on. Now, what do I mean by wasteful spending? We know fully well that there are too many procurements in government that have never actually been audited, monitored, and evaluated. Things that can easily be done for less money, we are paying far more money for that. Things that we should be maintaining, we are damaging it as fast as possible and replacing it. These things in the budget are things that Dr. Moniba is absolutely concerned about. What is Dr. Moniba also concerned about? Dr. Moniba is also concerned about the financial security of Liberian people. I mean, we're all here on the show talking about the AI issue. There were banks involved in Liberia. That company didn't yet come to Liberia all of a sudden. The deposit had to be made for Liberians to that company. Which bank would the deposit being made in? Because all Liberians do not have Visa card to be carrying on a transaction. So some financial medium must have been used. The second thing is, the third thing that this got to be concerned about, which Dr. Moniba is very, very concerned about, and the Lino team is very concerned about, is the issue of cybercrime. This AI issue is an issue of cybercrime. Ordinary Liberians have lost a vast amount of resources that they have struggled for daily to get, especially in an impoverished, multi-dimensional impoverished country. So we're not taking this lightly. And we are trying to address this through other means, by meeting other people and having concrete and substantive discussion with them and how of the possibilities happen. Because this goes to the fact that ordinary Liberians that are depending on remittances from abroad are also caught up in this trap as well. If their finances cannot be secure, can our remittances received from our ordinary family members abroad be secure in our banks, be secure in our financial institution? These are things we need to be absolutely worried about. And these are things that Dr. Muniba is absolutely worried about. So Dr. Muniba is not paying attention to the issue of the education. He doesn't care about that. If you care about that, you can go and find it and do research for yourself. What he cares about is the issue of women and children, the issue of our financial health sector, the issue of our health care, the issue of our roads, the issue of our electricity. These are things he cares about very, very diligently.
Well, thank you. Can I have my response time?
Yes.
Thank you. My dear brother, the reason why I push to ask about your 12 years in government, I'm not talking about an office boy job. 12 years as an office boy.
First and foremost, I never said I was an office boy. Don't be disrespectful of my position. No.
You see, you are
I will not allow you. I will not allow
you.
you. I will not allow you to be disrespectful to my position.
Okay, give me your position. Since you didn't give me your position.
Assistant protocol. Assistant Chief of Protocol, Executive Mansion.
Okay, thank you. You done?
And be respectful to that.
No. Hold on. I will tell you, I've been in government.
And protocol officer of Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Dr. Francine,
it was never an office boy. Be respectful to my position.
It was my time. It's not stopping you.
Don't bid me. Don't bid me.
I am telling you again. Assistant Chief of Protocol. You know what protocol means?
Don't answer. Don't answer, please.
Thank you. So I want no interruption. You are the chief to go face my chair and table then where I'm coming to sit as an official of the government.
You don't know protocol.
You are the you still
you don't know.
Wait.
You are insulting. You are insulting. No. Francine, Dr. Francine, Dr. Francine, Dr. Francine.
No, you have your time to speak.
This man is insulting a profession that millions of people are part of, not just in Liberia. And I will not allow him to speak if he cannot speak appropriately.
I was the assistant.
I beg you, my man. Maybe that in your mud house you got that protocol thing. That in your mud house.
Let me go because
in your
when this young man was talking, I didn't talk.
No. When the old man was speaking, I respect you.
Do not be disrespectful. For 12 years.
Do not be disrespectful.
You said when it comes to government, I am your big brother. Was that not?
Of course, 12 years. 12 years. I served. How many years have you served?
Be quiet.
How many years have you served?
I'll put you in the back.
Be quiet and let me have my time.
Be quiet and let me have my time. How many years have you served? How many years have you served?
I'm thankful you are back. Tell him to be quiet because you
told me to be silent. How many years have you served?
Spoke. And I just lean back and listen. Now, when you said to me, you are my big brother.
How many years have you served?
Oh.
Call the years you served.
I said
12. Me.
My brother, give me.
But let's talk one at a time now. We shouldn't interrupt.
You have your time. You talk. Everybody listen.
Speak fact. How many years?
Well, Prince Maxwell. Prince.
When you
let
told me you were my big
speak.
brother in government, I did not speak.
In terms of
guys, please. Wait, Fagon, wait. Prince. We gave you a chance, you spoke. Let him speak, please. Yeah, we shouldn't interrupt, please. Go ahead, Fagon.
It is my time to speak. When you are speaking, I didn't talk. Be quiet, let me speak. Assistant Chief of Protocol. How many chiefs you got for protocol? There is one chief, Assistant Chief of Protocol. They get plenty protocol officer at the executive mansion. I work in the government. So let's admit that you Assistant Chief of Protocol. What does a protocol officer do? What is your job function?
Prince, don't interrupt the man. Let the man speak, Prince.
For government? Were you able to take decision for government? Other than to go set the chairs and the table and take the paper and put
Prince,
it
I don't want to take you off script. Do not interrupt him, please. I beg you. Let the man finish. You had your turn. You spoke.
Go ahead.
Maybe you don't know who you are talking to. Speak. You are talking to the former Deputy Minister for Information, not protocol. I am an official. I was an official of the government. You can never be an official. You are just a mayor, M-E-R-E, mayor protocol officer. Your job was to tell me where to sit. Your job was to create the schedule for me to come to a program. Your job was to make appointments for the president. Your job, that is it. And show me my seat. When I enter, Minister Fagon, you'll be seated over there, sir. And I said, thank you. Where you ever sat in meeting? Have you ever been in a cabinet meeting? Have you ever sat down in any meeting to determine what the government policy will be? Have you defended government policy? Have you had one press conference in your life? It's the same thing that I have to respond to. Let me respond to it. You come here and you tell us about Kennedy School of Government. Your party leader served as Minister of State for Presidential Affairs without portfolio. But he was in charge of the Presidential Delivery Unit. Since you don't know, let me help you know your candidate. Your candidate was in charge of the LEC project, road projects, Somalia and other areas. He was in charge. And every day we came here, we got insulted for the 66 bogus agreements. But not only insult, but we got beaten by Dr. Francine. Until he himself came here and said, yes, I was in charge of those agreements. That was his job. But to boast to us that he attended the Kennedy School of Government from Harvard and obtained a degree in rhetoric, and you want us to sit here as educated people, and you know the guts you had to tell us, you should know what it takes to obtain a PhD in rhetoric. Did we ask you for that? We asked you for what rhetoric can do for us as a country. Rhetoric is sweet talk.
Okay.
Is that a Liberian listening to me?
30
rhetoric
seconds.
is sweet talk. No, wait. The men were talking, I didn't talk.
I know, but you want to tell all the time.
Rhetoric is not scientific doctor, maybe engineer, or maybe poo-poo cleaner. It's sweet talk. You got a doctorate degree to know how to talk. Can anyone go and Google the definition of rhetoric? To come and talk to us, you need a doctorate degree? Huh? Do you need a doctorate degree to learn how to talk to us?
Please start closing down. We got.
So let me close on this.
Next topic, yeah.
These are the things, Dr. Francine, no disrespect, that have destroyed our nation. When people come to us and say, Dr. H. Boyma Famula, Dr. Topana Tipota, Dr. Amos Claudio Soyo,
Dr. Joia.
Dr. Joia. And look at us today. Do you know that one of the persons I mean, I don't want to be specific, got a doctorate degree in PE? Physical education to do your hand a day. You get doctorate degree in physical education. And that person now serves in your legislature. Do you know that? You come, you tell us doctorate degree about rhetoric, and you think we are supposed to sit down here and be berated?
Finish closing.
That's for not at least my 10 seconds.
Guys.
Yeah, wait.
There's no way.
I'm going to you. Just wait. You have to.
There is no way you as a assistant chief of protocol, if it's true, can look at an official of government at the highest level of a cabinet
5 seconds
and tell him, I'm your big brother in government. When you used to show me my seat. You can be big brother in government. Have you ever sat to the table with presidents, kings, and queens? Have you ever made decisions for your country other than to show me where to sit down?
Thank you, Mr. Fagon.
And all right, Fagon, thank you. To the protocol people at the executive mansion.
Yeah, okay.
I did not mean to disparage your position, but when someone looks at an official, top-level official of government, and tell him that I'm your big brother, next time you will even be junior protocol, the one I can bring water for to drink.
Mr. Fagon, you disparage my doctorate degree too now.
No, your doctorate degree now in PE. And the PE, I ain't disparage it, but I'm saying you get a doctorate degree in PE. What is psychology? What is this election about? Improving the lives of our people. You don't need to come and talk down to us for a doctorate degree in how to talk.
Thank you. I was just joking.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I
So
know.
let me
You ought to talk, Gio.
You started.
Well, hold on,
You ought to talk,
hold on
you
1
know.
minute now. Fagon, I be so now.
You
You
ought to
know,
talk better.
Fagon, you got that.
Go to a
Fagon,
school and go bring out that
Fagon,
degree in talking
Fagon,
better.
Fagon, you got that degree in too much talking, my man.
I don't know what I got.
Yeah, you got that degree in too
But
much
remember,
talking. That be so.
I'm gonna tell you where you coming from.
What can I?
Stop, man.
What can
You know you my man. I'm waiting for you for.
You tell people where I come from. Where that Richardson coming from or who, me?
You got that degree coming from somewhere.
But let me say this though. And we're gonna bring.
Hey, don't touch it. The woman says something.
We're gonna bring Prince Maxwell. Prince, you sweating? I see you going like this.
I'm sweating for them. Wait, now, gentlemen. I'm sweating for them, man, because you don't know what he's talking. You really don't know what he's talking. To be honest with you.
I got another topic to go into.
But let me say quickly, this real quick. No, can I speak now? Can I speak? I'm begging you. This thing cannot be the Prince and Maxwell show. What happened with Jerome? Jerome ran away.
I just get Dr. Francine 6 or 18. I get Dr. Francine. He gave it.
Yeah, I don't know why he ran away. But I don't want to talk about y'all. I really don't want to talk about your degree. Okay? God bless you. Joe Bole went to school and get PE degree that Joe Bole business. That Moruba went to school and get rhetoric degree that Moruba business. But I'm gonna respect that Moruba because there's something also come with that degree. And I hope folks can understand it's just not only when they say rhetoric, like we say in La Bureau, to lecture and sweet talk people. No, it's not only about sweet talk.
Okay, tell us.
All right. So no, I will let Maxwell do that. That Maxwell defending Moruba here. Okay?
You wicked. That one put it in some more so the two. They rhetoric, you will mail Maxwell.
But I will say this though. I want to go back to George Weah. Because the focus here is George Manuel Weah. George Manuel Weah, everybody know him. He want to be God. The day Lucifer turned and said, I can be God, that's the day Lucifer, everything was over between he and God. Let's talk about this election and President Weah. Folks, there should be no way you fight to understand the degree. Maxwell, you're right. George Manuel Weah got no doctoral degree. Why is he running with Dr. George Manuel Weah?
Call it 10, 1 or 3.
Oh, 3. Dr. George Manuel Weah. Seriously? Which school he attended to obtain that degree? It's a disgrace to Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson. It's a disgrace to Dr. Alari Tukba. It's a disgrace to Dr. Tukba Natipote, Dr. Soyo, those great men and women that sacrificed their life, went through their education. And John Manuel Weah sit there, basic interview, they interview him, and the only thing the man said to John Manuel Weah, so are you talking about, and they begin to tell anything from that, I will get fair with him.
Say again here, since I have the opportunity.
So they begin again, tell my stuff from there like that.
Begin and hear you and I.
Nelson.
Your best. Let us go.
Man, we'll get 3 doctorate degree, can't pronounce privatization.
Yeah. That's what I want to say. The man say,
it's sad to say that I'm not a politician. I was brought on board by this.
So
man, P. Clarence money by ETV.
Nelson was funny. But at the end of the day, the man stuttering. How can we have a president that we want to enjoy? We want to, be like our president in some instances, but not George Weah, folks. Let's move on. Let's talk about George Weah policy. We shouldn't fight each other. Otawun Gonglo shouldn't be fighting George or Joseph Boakai. Mr. Cummings, look what he did today. We can laugh and joke. But at least honor the rain.
They
Mr.
say,
Kwame say at
yo,
some
like, bro,
point,
be exporting rice to China pretty soon, yo.
yo, that nonsense Senator said that they're giving current to Ivory Coast. Senator, I thought he was wise and educated. But on the job, we are he fool. And George Manneh, we are bought into it. So,
Yeah.
my fellow Liberians, I came late on the show just to ask you, please. It's not about Tewon Gonglo and Joseph Yema Bwaka. It's not about Cummings and Dr. Maduba. No. This thing is about the Liberian people and George Manneh we are. Hardship and George Manneh we are. Women that die because they can't get to the hospital to give a safe delivery and George Manneh we are. Rice shortage and George Manneh we are. Paying the Liberian people $45 and George Manneh we are. George Manneh we are brother-in-law getting all the golds and diamonds out of the country and they are enriching themselves. While we remain on radio in Bon County, Nima County, Lofa County, and we're going to add more radio stations, the people will hear us. Spoon Talk will be heard. I got a picture today, and let me share this photo with you guys. I will drop it in the chat room, and I will share it. Look at Finabondo House in River G. Finabondo House in River G. And you're sitting there, you're fighting and sitting here about yeah, I might as well agree. You are a sister, no problem. That's why you are fighting to change direction for your presidential candidate. If I'm going to agree, you are deputy minister, you are nobody. That's why you are fighting for Joseph Yema Bwaka to elevate and change the system. Why we sit here and fight, my people?
Make sure the
If
hospital.
you, yeah, hold on, man. You know the thing I time back. Why you love to interrupt people? Good men like me. No, Dr. Richardson, you hire your time. Dr. Richardson, you hire your time.
I have no time.
Dr. Richardson, don't do
Why
that.
didn't tell
When
that
you come
Richardson
on the
thank you
show,
for the program today?
I know.
which program? We coming there.
No,
That mean we
you
forget.
better
That
one
mean
now.
we forget. That mean we forget what Cummings program. Are you joking? Louis Brown was celebrating because he not getting $3 million. I'm picking you, yeah. That mean we forget Mr. Cummings
After the
program.
program, you're supposed to congratulate me on.
Congratulate you on what?
You congratulate me for launching our campaign and for
We're
announcing.
not there yet. Let me show the people house. That thing your launch campaign since October 4th. Some of your soil then drop.
Well,
some of
the
people then
goal is we are launching the campaign. We're moving forward. We're moving steadily forward.
So, Mame, I want you to take a look at this property, River G, Finabondo House. Okay? That's just one of the 20 properties she have across the nation.
This is
and let me and Mame, you're coming. And the reason why we do these things, I sent two of my guys in River G when I received the information. I sent them to go take actual photo, actual picture. And I asked them to stay there to speak to the folks that are living around this property. So when the people don't want to show their faces, they beg. Because you know for what reason. Finabondo property in River G. They will come out and say, no, that our sister property, that our brother property. Then you guys going to sit here and argue about opposition is opposition, folks. These people enriching themselves and enjoying the best all of Liberia, while the children are suffering. So let's talk about this for a second. Remember, you go first, and we'll bring our brother Prince Maxwell.
That property in River G is maybe 10% less than what Finabondo is having in Broadville.
We're going to show the Broadway property too when you make your case.
Wow.
Don't play with spoon, brother.
Exactly. I respect you. You know, on that one, you know, getting the information and releasing it to the Liberian people to make decision, I give spoon that credit. But it comes down to the fish getting rotten from the head. Soon George Weah was inaugurated. He initiated the process of building houses for himself and houses for his guest friends. Every other person in government, when Maggie bought his house and the government defended it, and they used LBDI as a scapegoat in that process, John David had to lose his job because of that, because the IMF frowned on what he did. Every other person in government just say, but then we do exactly what the dealer is doing. That's how Sinabono and the rest of the other people just start accumulating government resources and building horses around the place. They are doing that at the expense of the life of other people. The money you took from government to build those houses are funds that could be used to put surgical glove in the hospital, that when women go deliver, they don't have to carry their own surgical glove, they don't have to carry their own chloride, they don't have to carry their own Dettol and other utensils that they need to deliver. The government money you taking to build these houses are money that's supposed to put chair in the school right in River G. Students in River G are sitting on the floor. Teachers don't go to school because they don't take pay. These are public resources you're using for your personal wealth, for your personal satisfaction. It's wrong. And the worst thing is, if you re-elect Weah, and Weah and her people know they're not coming back to power, they will even steal more than this. That's the fear that lies ahead of us. And we're calling on Liberians to see these things and realize that electing George Weah again will be creating an opportunity for the people to exploit you more. This is how corruption hurt. This building you see here could build 2 or 3 different schools in River G. It could fund schools in River G. It could take students from sitting on the floor in River G. It could put drugs in the hospital in River G. But one person get it. I'm not Finabono taking as chief of protocol for executive mansion, deputy chief of protocol. What her salary? That should be building all the horses all around the place. Is this the change they brought? Is this the hope that they want Liberians to have? And when you talk about it, they say, oh, now I want one. You know, saying 1847, people also been stealing money. Oh, yeah, people been stealing money. That's the reason why they elected you, George Weah. Because you promised them that you were coming to prosecute people who stole from government. You said you will prosecute people who stole from government and use the money to develop the country. And then you start to do the same exact thing and even do it worse than those you took over from. That's the reason why we should not elect him. That's the reason why we should elect somebody who have the character to prosecute these people and previous corrupt people. That's how I will end on it.
Thank you very much. While we keep the picture up, let me bring in Maxwell. Maxwell, I will ask you, do not respond to Fagon yet till we have time, because this is very important for us to discuss. I know you want to respond to Fagon, but I will ask you not to, please, because we got to stick to the subject. Finabono building these homes, like Mambe said. I'm going to put some pictures up of the rest of Finabono other properties. And I want us to understand, let's put a children's school building up in places that River G and River says. Let the people see. But talk to us, Prinzo. I know we'll talk about CPP later. Talk to us very quick, my brother.
Stanton,
Yes, sir.
Fagon is not a priority in any conversation here. As a matter of fact, it's minuscule. So don't worry about that. It doesn't bother me. That's who Eugene is. What we are looking at here is the systematic and perpetuation of the clientelistic ideas that promote corruption consistently in Nigeria. These things are not going to stop. Look, Stanton, I'm very sure you can remember this slogan when George Weah took over. We were not here, but we're here. Our time to eat.
Yeah. They call it Atina in crew. Our time, Atina. Yeah.
At the end result, you're looking at it. So this is what they were telling the Liberian people, that we are coming with a rake and shovel to take everything to amass as much wealth and resources for ourselves, because we know that they will leave government. That's the end of the story. First and foremost, what you see happening is a clear indication of the lack of confidence in the entire CDC and including cabinet. That's the reason why you see corruption still continuing in Liberia. The reason why you see people running to build houses 24 hours around the clock, it shows the level of poverty in the country. That people have to steal money to build a house because they're so afraid that they will end up losing their jobs. The third factor to that is that the inconsistency in the truthfulness of the job they have and the lack of absolute job security. They are all afraid. They got to steal quick and build house because one day, maybe President Weah can wake up and throw a hit outside and say, maybe you fire, get out of here. Just like somebody we're looking at right now on the television. So you have to understand that these people had to do these things, and it's not going to stop because the guardrails that should prevent these things from happening are not there. The rule of law is no longer there. And what is amazing about this is the fact that ordinary Liberians walking on the street, Yana boys, they know these things. Zogos, they know. If you get on the street of Monrovia right now and ask a Zogo, do you think rule of law in the country? They say absolutely not. No law. Because they understand these people got more information on the street and they know that very, very well. It's not going to look. I'm even surprised that she even got few. I was hoping for maybe the next 50. Because if the president at the top is setting an example like that, then who else cannot go ahead and just open the gate and continue to do what they have to do? We know the fact that George Weah never had houses the way he has right now. And all of a sudden, in less than a span of 1 year, he got a whole village of houses. How do you think his administration, the people who run the administration, are going to behave? They're going to behave just like him. They're going to copy him. They're going to mimic him. It's a chameleon government. Whatever they are doing is exactly what the ordinary administrators are going to do. And especially someone who's very close to the presidency. Especially someone who's very close to the presidency. So this is not strange. And this is the reason why Dr. Moniba is constantly making the plea to the ordinary people that you cannot allow George Weah a second term. I don't care how much he beg you. He can kneel down, he can go to the moon and come back. Do not give it to him because your children are going to suffer. Right now, their children are already suffering because hunger is in town, corruption is in town, poverty on the rise, water and sanitation all over the place. Every day people getting typhoid and malaria in the country. So how much more should the people realize that the fact is the reality on the ground is as real as it gets? That corruption is not going to stop under George Weah because he has lost the mandate to end it. All of the promises that Eugene Fagon listed never been achieved, never brought to fruition, never became a reality. The reality is the fact that corruption is in Liberia and everybody is acting as if to say we got to tiptoe around it. And Dr. Moniba is not tiptoeing around it. He's been explicit about it. He said his policy about it, and he said he's going to prosecute it to the letter.
Thank you. Thank you. Fagon, I want to keep Dr. Richardson for last. Fagon, let's stick with education, my brother. These are some of the things when we raise this issue about Woodlands vs. Tuckman High School, okay? Everything was going our way. Woodlands vs. Tuckman was in a very horrible condition. Forget the representative Akaris Mosi Gray. Forget him because I think that Josh Manawea could have done better. A tree growing, the branch on the stairway, everything, and people want to celebrate because they're going to give it a facelift. Imagine that and comparing it with this, as you see, Finabondo now is enjoying herself in every county. We are getting the picture, Finabondo picture from her apartment complex in VOA and RIA Highway, a huge apartment building. It's not only limited to Finabondo. You heard the Deputy Minister for Finance, Samara Wodokori, came out and said, well, the other people didn't build property and they gave you a blue and red light and we built that. He posted that nonsense up. Talk to me, Fagon. These are the issues we need to address. Why the children stay on the sidewalk and beg for education and beg that Mr. Comey should pay their teacher's salary. We have that picture when Mr. Comey visited one of these villages. They were backing him. Babies standing backing for education. So talk to me, Fagon.
Well, thank you. Let me say this. Fagon will always be Fagon, and Fagon will always be a counterpuncher. What you're looking at is a vocational school, training school that Finabono built for the people of Liberia. And I think she needs to be commended as when she decides to, when she is serving her 50 years in jail or 75 years in jail, she'll look back and say, oh, well, I did steal the money, and the Liberian people use me as an example. As you can see, you can know that that was not the design of that building, but the pole you see over there is meant to keep that roof up. That means it was some mess up engineering that was done. However, because we have the engineering battalion, we're not worried about this building. This building, after 2024, when the Liberian people makes the right decision on October 10th, in 2024, I'm sure we will all go there and take pictures at the River G Vocational Training School for Women. That's what you're looking at in your screen. For now, it belongs to Finabondo.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you, Fagon, and I will interrupt you. No, it's not so. Because we have the spoon guys there, right? People living in that building.
If you say, are you understanding me, or are you taking me out of context?
No, I want you to repeat. I want to understand you better.
Let me repeat so you can understand.
Yeah.
For now, until October 10, then after October 10, 2024, that Finabono building. I'm not disputing that. But I'm saying to you, when the Lord takes his course.
But you are saying it's a vocational school, and I'm saying no.
No, you didn't hear me. You still got that thing in your ear. I'm saying to you,
be very clear.
After that day, it's Finabono place. People living inside there, they're sleeping, they're enjoying it. Leave it. You see that building you're looking at? In 2024, it will be River G Vocational Training Institute for girls. For girls. All these big buildings, like the one on 11th Street right now that Joey said he wants 2 more stories on top of it to make it 8. Perhaps that one there will be government's guest house. The one beyond Striker, which picture again I will send to you. The one in Bomi. The one on the highway. Finabono herself, I used to live beyond VOA. These will become government properties. Because if you stole the money, as in the case of the EPS, nobody can say they know the EPS people's story yet. The money that they were supposed to use to borrow, Finabono took over 300,000 of it. When it went to go to it brought a confusion. What came out of that case? So if the 300,000 plus that Finabono took, that every EPS officer listening to me now know about. I serve in the government. I know about it. If she used it to build that building, will it remain for Finabono? I don't think so. But what you are witnessing, when you see Joey on 11th Street, the one he finished putting up, where they put all the money around, look at all his buildings. You came to become president, we knew you to have a house on 9th Street. Yes, your house was burned during the war, but after that, as senator, you repaired. Then when you became president, you broke the whole thing down flat and did it. You have to show us, and I'm speaking to everyone on the panel, you have to show us when you became president, what contract you signed and which team you play for. Because I recall when the press secretary said something to the effect of Timothy Weah owning the house, they got vexed in the government, so Weah got mad. I myself had to speak to it. You know the story, Stanton. So Weah got mad. He said, the house not for my son. Okay, President Weah, what was your new contract? Which team you play for? To build that house? To build the one to Baptist Seminary? To build the one at ABC? To build the one on 11th Street? To build the one behind Striker? How much money did you make? Because you cut your money, your salary, you cut it down by 50%. So there is no way you could be using 3,000-4,000 to build those mansions. And you cannot say that Timothy money you use. And you cannot say the money you borrowed from LBDR, as we saw on the list, was what you used. You borrowed that money in 2014. Stanton, you saw the list. So this speaks to the State Department report on corruption. It speaks to what Representative Smith said, that they are nothing but a bunch of kleptocrats. Like Mambe said, you have not seen Funabono House in Brother. You, the VOA, who said, but do you know that Finabono got 40, maybe it gone to 50, 40 yellow taxis in Morovia? Are you aware? Are you aware that Finabono is running a transportation company with over 40, we call it Mache bags? Abdullah, small car that can take 4 people. That's Finabono company. 40 of them, she's having them. And at the time I got this information and saw the cars, up to now, I think Finabono have got about 60. So I am saying, yeah, in Dwazon again. You had a picture then cameo. The horse that has the tunnel on it going to the beach. President, we are horse in Dwazon that has the tunnel on it going to the beach. I don't know why he built these things. Because I want in Dwazon again to reach to the beach. I don't know how you will pass on there to come or you'll be swimming in the sea. The Dwazon horse, we will put that picture up. So I'm just saying that we know these things. But the reason why we're not talking is because, Stanton, when JMB becomes president, the law will take its course. I hear my colleagues, my friends, my compatriots, oh, Gonglo, oh, Maniba, oh, this. Brother, again, a man who does not like corruption, have not taken part in corruption, will definitely deal with corruption. And what you are seeing is chicken change. The one in Dwazon, or the one, let me look for the one on 11th Street and send it to you.
Thank you, Fago. Thank you. Let me say this, Dr. Richard. I know you in the school business. That's your passion. Look at these young folks, and imagine the backing.
The other labor sleeping.
The backing. This is horrible, folks. And I don't want us to sit here and just talk because we want to talk. The people that backing the children say, "Can you please, Mr. Cummings, sir, please help our volunteers." They are backing. And all what George Manawia and his people doing is to enrich themselves. I love to go back. Look at the children's classroom. Look at a bunch of them walking, going to school. Some of them no uniform. Look at the building they call school building. Can you imagine? Then we're going to sit over here and argue that George Manawia deserves another 6 years? Are you kidding me? Who in the right mind would give President Weah 1 day after his term? 1 single minute. Liberians, thank God we are back on the radio. The people in the interior will hear this. Samuel 12 tried to block it, didn't work. The people will hear it. The people will hear it. Finabono. Samara Wodokori. I about to show you Samuel 12 American school here children attending. I will not show the children because I get the children picture in Ivory Coast. I can tell you today, where Finabono have a father shipping $100 US every day. 100 United States dollars every day. You guys know about the GEM hospital, the GEM Medical Center? Fago, maybe you know. You guys, Liberians, maybe you all know. Fina will go there and take care of all the nurses and all the doctors, and yes, she pay her 100 United States dollars. That's her father. But can somebody else have access to that? Somebody parent. Can somebody take their mother and father in Liberia over their mommy and say, my father will be here and I'll give you 100 United States dollars a day?
Sometimes the people only want their Paris
Finabono father is there. He been there for over 8 months now. And she paying 100 United States dollars a day. The man wearing, he just sitting out there like a old folks home. What would Mr. Cummings do, Dr. Richardson? How can Mr. Cummings change this thing? That's exactly what I want to say. How can President Cummings change this? That we will sit over here and argue and fight each other. Why these people sit back and laugh and enrich themselves? The woman spending 100 United States dollars on her father at that jail medical center. The papa well, but she said just stay there. Talk to me, Dr. Richards. What will a Cummings do? Now he announced that camping season open for him. The Osana, Louis Brown celebrating. Our friend Avad, position, George Wisner, my own papa, Dr. Tuban McIntosh. Every one of them celebrating.
Yeah.
What will our Cummings do to prevent these behavior? Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
So, there's a echo. You mute yourself? So this is the case of, people who are interested in their own personal greed, their own personal way to get money, as opposed to, love for country. And we also have seen this is a case of what we're talking about earlier, the erosion of our education system. No transparency. There's no system so Finabono can take money. Nobody will know who will follow up with her. And so your question to what Mr. Cummings will do, Mr. Cummings has suggested automating the different mechanism in the government that when people take money, we'll know. Mr. Cummings says, when I get into power, we're gonna have system. Maybe anybody know how many Finabono makes? There has to be transparency. There has to be check and balance within the system, within the institution. If she's working in a mansion, then somebody has to be in charge to say, okay, she's entitled to make certain amount of money. And we know that when you make certain amount of money, you're not going to be building houses everywhere. So somebody would know. And in the end, Mr. Cummings has spoken about having an anti-corruption court. So in the end, when we find out that you are getting money from places that you're not supposed to get money, you are corrupt, you'll be referred to the anti-corruption court. So, and this is also another way that declaring their assets is so important for those people who are working in government. Because if she had declared her asset, which would be a systematic thing, well, no. But at this point, the more got money, no system, nothing paper trail. How you follow behind her? How you get? How you know this one salary? How was she getting the money from? They just when the money come into the country, the money that is supposed to be for Liberia. That was I said love for country. The case of love for country, the case of providing school for those young children that we saw. Okay, now because they are taking advantage of our erosion in immorality in our country, erosion in education, erosion, the breakdown in the decency, they're taking advantage of it. And those are things that happen when we have war. In somber reflection, but it does not have to be like that. As Mame said, it takes 17 years, 17 hard working years for country to overcome these breakdown immorality in a country, breakdown in being transparent, breakdown in integrity issues, because that's exactly what it is: dishonesty, manipulation. Okay, that's exactly what happened. So when Mr. Cummings take power, he's going to work to automate, which means like get all of some of the payroll systems in our country instead of it being hand written. He's gonna, when you come into office, you're gonna have not a time clock for some people. She's playing if she's protocol. At least there'll be somebody who will know that you there. You're not clocking in, but you will be responsible to work for a certain amount of time. It will be automated. So at the end of the day, somebody can say, okay, Finabono was here for 8 hours. This is what she's entitled to in terms of payment. And this is her payment that is not going to look like an apartment building here, there, everywhere. That's endless money.
Thank you.
Nobody should make endless money in our country.
Thank you. Let me bring in Prince. Prince, you have a young leader, a very young, wise man. And again, this is not a flattery, but I surely admire Dr. Motobai because he bringing extra strength to the discussion. What will Dr. Motobai do, Prince? looking at this picture, let me set this. Let me set the stage for you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine this little girl. I mean, Dr. Mobile traveled around the world. He went to the best of schools, But look, just read what this little girl is saying. Sir, please help our volunteers teacher. She asked him, Mr. Cummings. And I'm not only saying this because Mr. Cummings went in the village. She asked an opposition leader because President Weah had failed her. She begging them, please. And imagine, look at school. Man, you're in Europe, man. My son, the middle school. It's like the University of Liberia, the middle school. It's like, but look where the children going to obtain education. Sometimes that's what you see when we say these things, and they get very. Look at those volunteer teachers. 2 of them. Though it's hot, but they're in the coat suit. The children are walking to school. Some of them no slipper, nothing on the feet. Some of them no clothes, but they're trying their best. They want to make it happen. And you get Dr. Modubai that have traveled all over the world, the United States, Europe, Africa. What will President Modubai do to help stick this to the education now?
Of course.
How can he change this?
Of course. Stanton, I mean, this cannot be more serious. This is a serious issue. As William Aratoba used to say, precious jewels. He called Liberian students precious jewels. And that's the same way Dr. Moniba sees Liberian students as a precious jewel. But let me to Liberian people, let me let you guys know, to our loving people, let me let you know the mind of Dr. Moniba as it pertains to this specific issue. Number one, this is what he has said, it's on record, and he has put it into practice. That he will triple the current budget for early child education and invest in teachers training, school feeding, and infrastructure development. I say it again, Dr. Moniba has promised, and he will hold true to that he will triple the current national budget for early child education and teachers training, school feeding, and infrastructure development. He didn't also stop there, Stanton. He didn't even stop there. He went further. He said that he will create a state-of-the-art merit-based school, gifted students that is tuition boarding free. And he will institute an annual training refresher courses for all teachers from grade 1 through 6 with periodic educator recertification program. That he will increase teacher technical and vocational training in all schools. That the issue, Josh, we are talking about today, passing around say free tuition. He said he will strategically target free tuition, working closely with all of our international partners across the table, bringing the entire government to bear on the subject. He said that. It's in his policy. You can find it right now. Right now, you can go on www.moniba2023.com. You find it there. You can go on all of his social media platforms. You will find it there. You see him tomorrow, you wake him up, you put cold water on him, waking up. I said that the Moniba, what will you do about education? He will tell you the same thing I'm telling you. He is ready because he's been to these villages, towns, small communities. He sat with the older people and the younger people and talked to them. People cried in front of him when they were talking about how that children go to mud hut schools and sit on dirt floors. He says it all the time in his speeches. Mud hut schools and dirt floor. He has seen it himself. He's been there. Dr. Moniba is so touched by this. It demeans him to stand in front of international people and say, we want to talk about education. That's the reason why he has sought to replace immediately.
Let me say this.
He's unfit for office.
Yeah, let me say this because I beg you, I know I jump on the show and it's late. It's after 7 years. I received this email. They send it to the parents. Maybe you guys do the same in Europe. I'm not going to call my son's school name, but it's a regular weekly summary. Imagine school closed though. They still send a weekly summary. Because school is about to open, they said that annual online form for 2023 to 2024 school year. Dear families, we are excited to announce the online annual information update form for the upcoming 2023-2024 school year are now available. Please take the time to complete the form to your child for your child by no later than August 24th. They sent all this beautiful information. They sent a summary. While my son was home, and maybe to you, Mommy, Dr. Richardson, all your girls are bigger when coming to your grandson now. They send you all this information. We need a child health record, the immunization record. Let it go take their shots. Bring it. We need them to come and take a tour on the new classroom. When you go in the classroom, computer all over. They will visit the cafeteria, they will visit the library, they will go all over and do these things. That's what they are saying. You cannot find that in Liberia. You cannot. Because everything President Weah does is all about President Weah.
Why will you find that they're taking the money and building the houses?
Why our children? I'll look at my son, my child, and I look at somebody's child in Liberia selling between cars. Somebody's daughters and son in Liberia begging Mr. Cummings and says, sir, can you please help our volunteer teachers? Can this ring a bell that President Weah is one of Liberia's wicked, most dangerous leader the country ever had when you talk about education? This is not a joke. I'm going through all this information about Stanton Jr. I'm reviewing all these things. Guess what happened? The people are ready to impart knowledge into the young man. They are ready to give him all resources necessary that he can be a better person tomorrow. While we have our nephew, our nieces in Liberia, we have the young children selling peanuts between cars. Your daughter, let me speak to the Liberian people, and maybe this will be my closing. Your daughters and son, 4-year-old, they're not in school. They cannot say the ABC good, they will say MNO. 8 years, so you ask him, which grade you in? I ain't in school yet. Oh. What will Joseph Yima Bwaka do, Falcon? Joseph Yima Bwaka has served over 40 years in government. What will our President Bwaka do when we target education? We're not talking about Dr. Ansu that have his own school and university, and he's an education minister and robbing the system to pay him. His deputy minister likewise. We are not talking about it's okay, Joe. We are liking like that. But what will our President Bwaka do to transform, to change, to make the young baby's life better? The after-school program, that they may have food to eat during recess time, that they can go to study class. What would a Joseph Bwaka do? Fagon, you have the time to sell us on the education. It's not about Fagon. It's not about any other subject, but the education, we want to know the Joseph Yima Bwaka plan when you talk about education. Talk to me.
Well, first of all, if you look at Joseph Bwaka plan holistically, you will find out that you have IREST, and you know education is included. That's what the E stands for. So he did not leave it out. Let's look at the plan itself. First, let's go back to tap into his record. I'm sure you have heard about LOIC before, Liberia Opportunity Industrialization Center. Who was one? Huh?
Is it still open?
I don't know right now that I'm in the U.S. whether it's still open or not. But Joseph Yuma Bwaka and the others were the first group of people that had the institution up and running. Let's look at YMCA, his contribution. to the YMCA. There's no one that can challenge his record there. But if you were to put out something today and say everyone that Joseph Boakai has given scholarship to, including people with disabilities, some of whom are in the US, many of whom are here right now, in school and out of school, right now as we speak. We get their names and number. If I was close, I'll go to my bag now and bring some of their names out. It will tell you exactly that his love for education is unmatched. We can say what Charlene Brumskin said about him, that her mother got the kind of education she got because of him at CWA. He was only a registrar and a student, but he went above and beyond to make sure that that student was not thrown out of school. Such an impeccable record, it's hard to match. What would Joseph Newman Boakai do? Look at the houses you're showing. I sent 3 houses to you. The first one is George Weah House on 11th Street. The second one, whose picture you're looking at on your screen over there, is the house that has the undertunnel tunnel going to the Atlantic Ocean that was built by Zidane, the guy who owned Hotel Buchanan. He built that building. And the one whose name is on the property over there is Claire Marie Weah. But the property actually belongs to George Weah. It has the underground tunnel going to the ocean. And George Weah knows that I know that. If you're going to build at ABC, you're going to build at Baptist Seminary, then you build Jamaica, then you build the 17 condominiums, then you build a 9th Street home. How many houses can you alone live in? Now you are arguing that they should put 2 more stories over the house on 11th Street. You come and argue with me. I was in government. I was among them. I know them. So when you cut waste and you cut fraud and you cut abuse, how much do you save? Look at the $30 million that was given for stimulus. What can $30 million do for our school? Look at the educational budget and think about the stimulus package. Think about the $11 million that was given for the rice that we never saw with our eyes. Think about what they said.
But Fagon, my question, we understand that, Fagon. Let me bring you back.
You
don't have enough time.
No.
I understand, but talk to me. Give me something that JMB going to do.
I respect the fact that you are a Christian, but manna is not dropping for heaven in politics. You first must source the money. You don't do it with your mouth.
How can he source the money? Then tell us. Explain that story now.
The one I tell you that I'm Benesi.
The Benesi, because you're going back to George Manor, where we know he's wicked. Listen, let me say this to you, Fagon. Fagon, let me say this to you. Fagon, let me say this to you. I agree that you accuse me. My thing is that
you should give me a chance. Let me tell you where I will tell you.
You don't have the entire show, my man. You don't have the entire show. Give me instances that what can JMB do to change this rubbish? That's all my question.
Okay.
We know personally we have built all the houses. We know personally we have built house leading to the tunnel. We know personally we have do this.
Now all you wanted to show that the main house that in Toison. That's the house. You are looking
so we agree. Now I'm asking you now, what can Joseph Boakai, what will he do as President Boakai?
And you're gonna have my answer right now. What I'm telling you, you don't teach education with your mouth. It requires money. So I'm telling you where we will get the money from. We will cut waste, fraud, and abuse. And when we cut waste, fraud, and abuse, we will apply it to the educational sector. How? I gave you his record already on that. So now that we know where we're taking the money from to pump into education, what will we do when we have the money? What has Joseph Boakai told you over and over? The foundation of a country rests with its youthful population. Therefore, we must improve not only the infrastructure of our buildings, of our schooling system, but we must also prepare the people that will impart knowledge into our people. We must make sure that they are prepared. The last time he spoke in Minnesota, he said, where is ZRTTR? Where is KRTTR? What happened to the Teachers Training Institute? We have to train our teachers to get them ready for the classroom. And once we do that, we will apply the funding necessary to ensure that the learning environment is conducive for our pupils. Look at what you are showing. So I am telling you what Joseph Boakai will do to revamp
primary
the system.
education.
the money.
Fagon, you don't have enough time. We got to go.
Prepare our
Primary
teachers.
education up to 12th
Impart the
grade,
appropriate
up
knowledge.
to university.
Take care of that. I just told you. I gave you 4 things. Let me summarize it again.
Yeah,
1
please
minute.
do.
What are we gonna do? Source
And
the
look, you
money.
gotta have no plan, though, Maxwell. I'm not
Stop,
understanding
man.
anything you say.
If you want campaign
And like,
for
he
The
has
man
no
has
plan.
if you want campaign for
look.
George, we
The
are
man's
campaign for him.
the man's a garbage
come on and show
politician. He
it.
carries
Now
still
you
garbage.
Now
You
you hear
don't.
the man accusing me.
He's
Prince,
still
hold on 1 minute.
garbage.
Yeah,
Prince,
no,
Prince,
yes.
Prince,
That's
hold
all he
on.
cares
Now
about.
you hear the man accusing me of campaigning for Joe. We are doing.
Yeah, if you want campaign,
He
campaign.
attacked
Who
Jeru.
is to ask
He
him?
attacked Jeru yesterday.
You
He
asked
attacked
what
Jeru
is the
yesterday
plan?
the same way.
This
I
guy
just
will
told you.
attack everybody that
Today
try
his
to hold
strategy
you to
come
the
and attack
spot.
everybody.
No.
The man know nothing
Because
about
you
George.
gave the
He
person
know
chance
nothing
to
about
give you the
GMB
answer.
policy.
You
The
I
said
have
United
you
Republic
got
have
one
no
day.
policy.
Prince, hold on 1 minute. I've
said
given you
you
4
got one
minutes.
day, but you
I've given you
keep
4 minutes, and you just
interrupting
going
me.
around in circle. What will a President Joseph Yiman Boaka do to change the education
So
system?
look at your time and
Check.
give me 1 minute. Look
I
at your
gave you
time.
1 minute. Yes, I gave you
Thank
1
you.
minute.
No interruption.
Yeah, no interruption.
First, you must source the funding for education. I'm not going into details. I'm telling you. Source the funding for education. Prepare our teachers through the Teachers Training Institutes, various ones. Take care of the infrastructure. You need a conducive learning atmosphere for our students. Then when you have done those 3 things, ensure that our teachers are paid properly and that the students are learning. Simple 1 minute. You want campaign for Joe, we are campaign for him. Don't be interrupting.
Dr. Richardson, listen though. The same question coming to you just on education. Because to tell you the truth, I will be fair on this show. Moving forward,
No,
after
you're not
October
fair.
10th,
You're not fair.
no. You're not giving me a chance.
I think
You're
that
not fair,
Richardson
man.
was
You're
the
not
first
fair.
to speak on the
Oh,
education.
Mama, you gotta come in. Mama, it's true. You
You're
gotta
not
come in.
fair.
Yeah, you gotta come in. Mama, let me set this up for you, okay? Don't tell me about any other thing. Education. The babies are crying. They turn into opposition leaders and say, help us. Help our the little girl didn't say help me. She said, sir, please help our volunteer teacher. She advocated for our volunteer teacher. Okay? These are the things we are talking about. What will Otewan Gonglo do to change this system, this corrupt system? What will Otewan Gonglo do to look in the eyes of Dr. Soni and say, Dr. Soni, you broke the law. You cannot be an education minister and you're having your own university. What can President Gonglo, how can he change this? And I want to go back to Dr. Richardson because I didn't understand her theory either. If that's what Cummings waiting for there, I don't think he need to be president. You got to be precise. You got to give the Liberian people something they can run with. What will Gonglo do when you talk about education?
I told you 3. Oh,
I'm sorry. I'll come to you, Mama. I'm talking about my memory first. I am your friend tonight. If I'm going to get vet, yeah, I support him. I support Joe. Yeah, that's your business. Mama, go ahead. I will jam you. Mama, go ahead.
If anybody had been following transformation in Liberia, you will realize that there has been significant heavy lifting with regards to education reform in the country. The previous administration, the donor partner, UC, UNDP, they spend a lot to structure how our classroom should be to the extent where they have a diagram of where each school should be. It's set up. What is lacking, what has been lacking is investment into that structure that has been set up over 12 years by the Sedif administration. Investment into education is what has been lacking. You come to teacher. Yes, there's also a teacher training institute close. But part of the reason why you see that lady having that flyer in her hand and asking for volunteer teachers is because you have ghost teachers on the payroll. The last time I checked, the Minister of Finance, Amara Kone, reported that the government of Liberia was losing 10 million annually.
Just hold on 1 minute. If I'm going to back to research, because the answer was all over the place. A lady did not call you and say, can't go in the back. Look at you. Go ahead, man.
The government is losing.
If you need to call for you, I can join and prolong the show. You come stay here.
The government is losing.
I'm hungry. I'm gone.
The government is
go and come back. I got another one for you. I got a video for you. Go and come back. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, sir.
the government is losing at least $10 million annually on ghost employees. So I started my conversation with saying the structures are there. What is lacking is investment. Gonglo has promised something that almost everybody promising: free schools for children. Ensuring that those schools are equipped with logistics. He added another layer, free feeding program for students. Almost everybody can come here and talk about it. But how do we invest? The first step we're taking to invest into education is something that have not been done before to address the losses of 10 million to ghost teachers. Every government from President Sirleaf to George Weah, every time they make attempt to clean the payroll of ghost teachers so that the 10 million can be available to invest, the emphasis has always been focused on ghost employees. I remove ghost employee from the payroll. We form ghost employee on the payroll. We move 50 ghost employee from the payroll. It has always been focused on ghost employees. This is what Gonglo will do to be able to cut the leakage and have this 10 million available to invest in the school. We will shift the direction from ghost employees and direct it to ghost employers. These employees are not getting on the payroll by themselves. People are putting them on the payroll. Every effort to clean the payroll have not targeted the people who put in the ghost employees on the payroll, but only focus on ghost employees. So we're focusing on free, compulsory, quality education for all children. We're ensuring that they have food to eat so that they be having the stamina to learn. How do we raise that money in the first 2 years? To be able to fund that initiative is to stop the leakage. To stop the leakage is not to focus only on ghost employees, but focus on ghost employers. Who are those employing the ghost employees? When you get out the ghost employers and the ghost employees, you have resources to be able to invest in education in what we plan to do. Everybody will come here and talk about it. Free education, teacher training, feeding for the students, 21st century classroom. These are things everybody's saying. But what is lacking is investment into those things. For us, we conducted our research. We know that the donor partners have done significantly well. The structure is there. Only need to invest in that structure. You can't have a president who doesn't sincerely believe in the power of the mind to invest in education. It will not happen. That's the reason why investment in education currently is poor. And the way to raise the money immediately, we have two directions. One, we will pull out all those who put in ghost teachers on the payroll along with the ghost teachers. We'll save 10 million by that and invest it into education. The second way of funding education in Liberia is that the donor partners are willing when you have a clear, transparent way of doing it, and we'll raise the funding through international support to provide funding in the first 2 years.
Thank you, folks. We're gonna leave with this video, but again, might as well. For me, I can say to all Liberians, I think your position from Dr. Moluba was unique compared to the Cummings and Boyka and Tewon position. That's my take. When you talk about education, I want to be fair, Dr. Richardson. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything. Maybe Abula came close. Maybe Abula came close to talk about erase those ghosts, stuff. But it's something that we need to set in place to say this is what we're going to run on day one.
I mentioned automated services, implementing that in our government structure to cut down on waste. When you do that, you'll be able to get money, cut down on corruption. The reason why people continue to have waste in government is because there's lack of follow-up. So if we use automated service where people can, track money, track corruption, then we'll have the money. And
thank you, but I just say that's my own take.
Mr. Cummings, Mr. Cummings is the best negotiator.
I'm talking about how can he take these children out of education poverty? Poverty is poverty, but education poverty is a disgrace to a nation.
Yes.
Education poverty will take us back, 100 years. And that's my argument here. I want on day one, what would Mr. Dr. Moruba do on day one. Bam! After the inauguration, Dr. Moruba, I'm going to take this person to be my education minister. This person will be my education advisor. We're going to change the whole system in this manner. We know that you got to raise the fund. We know that you got to clean house. But then your first thing you're going to do to make people say, oh, wow, this thing is unique. University of Liberia, Fender campus, what's going on? County community colleges, what's going on? Y'all got to tell your people. Y'all got to start telling the Liberian people the truth in this regard. Let's play this clip, and we can go home on this clip. So for me today, maybe if we come back with JMB and come back very, very convincing, or maybe Comics will come back with something convincing. If the Comics got a STEM school.
Yes.
But then the money again they charging is too high, man. The poor people will not go there. So let's see about how we can help the poor people. Where I send my son, I want the poor man's son to go there. Mame, I don't want my child in Liberia to go to a school that I pay $4,000 a month, and my married son and daughter cannot go to that school. It's not equal education.
That's true.
And we are not giving them the job, the resources to earn a good living to send the children to that school. The hospital, my parents go to, the hospital I will go to and take medication, the poor men and women, they should go there likewise. And that's my argument. We shouldn't sit here and think it is high. It is not high. When you guys then get something to send the sons and daughters in Europe and in America, they obtain a better education. What the little girl sitting between cars, before she reach 10-year-old man start looking at her. And then she will forget education, Maxwell. Yep. In 2 years, she will become a mother.
I agree.
And that's not right. That's not the Liberia we should talk, we should sell. George, where we agree, he has failed the people. From the word, he failed the people. How can we make it better? And that's why you need to ask your political leader. If they are not talking to you, if they are not giving you these plans, don't advocate for them. Let's talk about the bread and butter issue. And again, that's why we are here on the show, Mike. So talk to me and you'll take us to the next.
I absolutely agree. And that's a question that the people have asked Dr. Moniba. Let me just say some of the things that he's stated and how he's going to work through those things. Number one, on the issue of ghost names, because that's how we describe it in Liberia. We know full well that digitization has been a major issue when it comes to dealing with the issue of ghost names. Dr. Moniba has decided that now, since we are in an age of digitization where it is much more cheaper and much more accessible, right? The entire civil service will be digitized, including identity of all government payrolls. That's what's important. And also, he's also said that he will be holding the banks responsible because all government monies to civil servant goes through banks. So these banks will be responsible to do monitoring evaluation of their clients to make sure that these people that are coming to the bank and presenting ID cards are actually the people receiving those monies. So the government will be working as a public-private partnership to make sure that we erase the issue of ghost names. The second aspect of that is the issue of wasteful spending to enable the removal of, especially enabling the removing of expenditure, right? Wasteful spending is embedded in our reoccurring expenditure. Dr. Moniba has decided he will go directly into our reoccurring expenditure of our national budget and find those areas where you have wasteful spending and eliminate it from there.
Let's wrap it up. Thank you, Beck. Yeah, let's wrap it up. We got to go. Sorry for interrupting you. But again, tomorrow is Saturday. We'll talk about the healthcare issue, how your president intends to change the system of healthcare. I will advise you guys, you're pushing for your political leaders. You got to come up and say it. We shouldn't fight the opposition. George Manawia is a failure. George Manawia can never, ever be re-elected in Liberia. George Manawia has destroyed every entity and every ministry in the country. He has engulfed the entity and the ministry to be the place of massive corruption. George Manawia is a fraud. There is no way in all of Liberia people should even imagine that this guy deserves re-election. He's not a doctor, but he's running with that doctor thing. I like that from you today, Prince. There's no way we should celebrate President Weah. Yes, because of the office, we respect him. But this man have destroyed the system. This man have destroyed everything that's Madam Salif set in place. He have destroyed it. Let's listen to him. And let's go on with this.
My greatest contribution to this country as president did not last in the eloquence of my speeches, but will definitely lie in the quality of the decision that I would make over the next 6 years to advance the lives of poor Nigerians.
The rescue team, one law, coming out the cheese, for prove the rap war. Cheese there. That is cheese. They say the food in our truck. For you know, I can papa the only one. That is cheese. The money learning more talk. But boy, I generally feeling for the people more. That is cheese. For on the hustle about what? That time we're feeling we're watching the train on. That is cheese. They say the food in our truck. For you know, I can papa the only one. That is cheese. The money learning more talk. But boy, I generally feeling for the people more. That is cheese. For on the hustle about what? That time we're feeling we're watching the train on. To win inauguration, you start your explanation. Give me 7 nation, I own the motivation. After the more corruption, start teaching motion. Say we wanna worry, only your irritation. Declare assets, say you need some concentration. After calculation, corruption, not your vision, but it's not too late for you to do investigation. When in the vision, everything in occupation. Living in the country like we own a prosecution. The United Nations to step in the situation. The money lost, you're making fun and fabricating. For the fee continue coming, bring separation. Money not the pre money in the country population. Say that thing wanna happen, carry on demonstration. Say we break it, who's the two, jail a violation. That is cheese. They say the food in our drugs. For you know, I can papa the only one. That is cheese. The money learning more talk. But boy, I generally feeling for the people more. That is cheese. For on the hustle about what? That time we're feeling we're watching the train on. That is cheese. They say the food in our drugs. For you know, I can papa the only one. That is cheese. The money learning more talk. But boy, I generally feeling for the people more. That is cheese. For on the hustle about what? That time we're feeling we're watching the train on. 24 says I want my senior calculate. I say I want my friend who can educate. I know our people who can motivate. You are when you calculating that my team snake. I take my time to cross the road cause I on trip. They say I time to go chair, I hold my power. I rather suffer than to get my love and mother. Here I be late to my return teacher. You get a degree, you want more a lot of error. And when you put it to get job, you turn a killer. They couldn't check in on the government on state. I feel you lost in upper school and the college. You selling house to a grade for a drop it. And when you get it, you wonder you turn a fake. Don't mind the present, you try to damage your future. That's your turn, you keep it cool, it will be better.
Mommy, that young man said everything.
Everything.
We're going to drop that video in our group chat. And I hope folks can understand that this is Liberia we are talking about. Drugs, young men, young women getting crazy. The babies are begging to go to school, no resources. Family going to bed hungry. Men and women can't understand their own reason why they are alive, why they're living. May God have mercy upon our country. Whatever we did, I believe we should fast and pray and ask God to forgive us. This is the worst we have ever come to see. I think Prince is you have an internet problem. This is the worst we have ever come to see. Under President, we are leadership. We are beggars in our own home. Under President, we are leadership. We are spectators. We are not even on the field. We outside. Under President, we are leadership. He boasting that he bought the vice president a car. What a disgrace. How can we change this, folks? We can only change this when we change President Weah. We can only change this when we remove President Weah through the ballot. We can only change this when we speak truth to power. They may not like it, but this can only be changed when you're in Nima County, when you're in Lofa County, when you're in Bon County, River G, all the counties in the country. I want you to understand, and I want you to hear us and hear us well. You can change this. Look at your sons and daughters. Are they asleep right now? School about to open. Or dear friend called me today and say, hey, Stanton, I just need $50. I will manage with the uniform and we'll register her, then we'll hustle later. I almost cried. Mommy, $50. A young, powerful man that can work with his hand, man that went to school, he begging for $50 for his little daughter to register. Hey, man, imagine if he can't have the $50, she would stay home the rest of the school year. What kind of president we have that have turned his back? Why should we sit here and argue about Cummings, about Tewan Gongro, Bwaka, Dr. Moruba? We should argue and help the Liberian people understand that George Manawia is a waste product. I don't want to go too far on this because people will say, oh, Stanton. Yeah, it's painful. It's hurtful. You guys that live in Europe and America, receive your children school information. How they can run into the library and just open a computer and just go through and read and do this. What our children are doing in Liberia? Why? Basic internet. Know what Fagon was saying? Because of election, John Manning, we are playing game with the internet system. The children don't have internet. The only thing the children know to see somebody smoking behind the house. The only thing the children know to see somebody taking drugs behind the house. Monkey do what monkey see. In the next 2 to 3 years, another group, another generation coming up to be crazy. I beg you, my fellow Liberian, do it for your children. Do it for your parents. Do it for the better Liberia. If you decide to vote for Cummings, vote for Cummings. If you decide to vote for Dr. Moruba, vote for Dr. Moruba. If you decide to vote for Jose Yima Bwaka, give Jose Yima Bwaka your vote. Tewan Gonglo, so be it. But do not vote for George Manawia. He have destroyed our nation. Internationally, they don't trust him. Drugs in the country. That's his legacy. Extrajudicial killing. That's his legacy. Food shortage. Mass poverty. That's George Manawia legacy. That's what he happy to do. He cares less about you. He's not worried about you. But we'll see you guys tomorrow from my end. Let God bless us all. Let's close up, guys. Dr. Richardson, you go first. Prince, Abula, and Otto Fagon will take us home. A beautiful show today. John Nelson and Late Night Politics tonight, please. Join them.
Yeah, Nelson, just play the clip that I asked him to get ready for me, and I will close on that. Nelson, can you play? Nelson, do you have the clip of our program today? I just want you to play it.
So let me start by naming the national campaign team. You ready? Yes! You ready? Yes! So
Sorry, you know that it's 6 minutes, right? Dr. Richardson, you want to play all?
No, I don't want to take all that time, but just play.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes. Just play a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Right.
So let me start by naming the national campaign team. You ready? Yes! You ready? Yes! So our national advisory chairman is Dr. Toga Gawe McIntyre. Our campaign chair is Ambassador Louis Brown. Our deputy for mobilization is George Judy Wisner. Our deputy for administration is our Jala. Welcome to our Jala. Our deputy for logistics is Reverend Josiah Ashton Kennedy.
Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings has arrived at the headquarters of the collaborating political party.
So I just wanted you guys to get a sense and a sight of what happened today. The CPP nominated or selected their campaign team, and it was very excellent because a lot of Liberians, it was really heartwarming to see Liberians attending. It was really crowded, and it was encouraging to see Liberians are taking Liberia into their own hands. And I'm just going to close to tell you guys that Mr. Alexander Cummings, and tell you, Stanton, I'm going to reiterate, Mr. Alexander Cummings is going to work on corruption in the country. Like Ellen Johnson said, corruption is public enemy number one. Corruption is a pandemic in our country. And so when we curb corruption by using automated services, technology basically, in our government, where we can keep track of our revenue, we can keep track of what people are making, we can divert that money that we have collected to education. And before you came here, we were talking about education. His focus is going to be on prenatal care, because we know prenatal care contributes to the lifelong development of a child. Okay, it helps prevent children from getting sick. And then he's going to go on to providing, like everybody have said, free education for all high schoolers. Next, vocational school. Not everybody want to go to college. Some people want to get a vocational trade, and we need those people in our society. We need the plumbers, we need the mechanics. Okay, we need the construction workers. He's going to focus on that. And of course, I mentioned about adult education and also empowering our teachers. Mr. Cummings knows that the international world contributes a lot financially to the education system and also to the health. He's the best negotiator because he knows how to solicit money from people. He knows how to seek information from people. That's what he's done, for most of his life. That's what made him a wonderful leader of the company that he led. So thank you.
Yes, Stanton. I'll just put it bluntly. Dr. Moniba and Lenu has described corruption as a national enemy. It is Liberia's national enemy. And we will go at corruption with full force, with everything the government has under Dr. Moniba's presidency, with everything he has. Dr. Moniba is also very deeply concerned about the lack of investment in education, because he understands that educational infrastructure is part of our national development. It is not a part of, it is a core function of our national development. So tripling the budget to make sure that we address the issue of the gaps in education in the country is critically important, because education directly correlates to the future of Liberia, and it directly serves the future of Liberia. By crippling education, we are crippling the future of Liberia. In a country that does not have a future can never stand, and he understands that. On the issue of wasteful spending, civil service, our bilateral relationship, asset declaration, Dr. Moniba see all these things as one. That the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of these critical aspects of administration will definitely reduce the level of corruption and mismanagement we have in the country. He understands that in order to make these things happen, we cannot just do it among ourselves as Liberians, because we only have limited resources here. He seeks to extend his mandate to his international partners, like people like the World Bank, the IMF, the African Development Bank, and work closely with these people, including multinational corporations that are very, very interested in building a public-private partnership to assist government going forward. He intends to make sure that's done. He intends to make sure that revenue that are collected on time and in the right amount, where nobody putting something on the table for the next person. No. So that the budget can be absolutely supplemented. We can go on and on about the many things he wants to do.
Keep some for the more, brother.
Of course, most definitely. But let me just say this. Dr. Moneyba is not pleased with garbage politics because it detracts from what we should be telling Liberian people. Attacking personal issues, characters, takes away from speaking to the ills that George Weah has buried our people in. And the hole, there's a saying like Brother, you D-hole, you cover hole. But George Weah D-hole, nobody can cover it anymore because it's too deep. So we are here to make sure that we attack those issues that are absolutely necessary for Liberian people to redeem Liberian people. That's the reason why a new Liberia is critically important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince. Abula?
Stanton, I started this show today by saying we were having a sober reflection on celebrating 20 years of peace. Today is our 20-year of peace anniversary. That we're celebrating 20 years of peace in the midst of war. The war on hunger is still being fought in Liberia. The war on poverty. The war on drugs. The 20 years of peace that we celebrate in the midst of war, we've had two governments, the Unity Party and the CDC. The war of poverty, the war of corruption, the war of hunger, that we stay fighting in the midst of peace. It's a cumulative effect of governance failure from the two regimes. We offer a new direction for Liberia. A direction that we all agree, the pathway that we all agree is the most critical pathway to confront its corruption. Finabono Girl House today, you see all around. There are other institutions that have been existing. We've assessed the entire process and we resolved that the best way to confront those issues is to do lifestyle audit. The lifestyle audit will require the Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate people's lifestyle and take action immediately. If you have lifestyle audit, that horse Finabono is having today will be on a seizure. That's what lifestyle audit does. Immediately to investigate her income over time versus the money she having versus the cost of the building. That's what Gonglo will do. We will not wait to go and conduct paper trail audit. We will not stop the paper trail audit. It will continue. We'll invest in these other institutions, but we'll prioritize lifestyle audit. Education. We said it before, we say it again. To invest heavily in the structure that have already been built across the country by our donor partners for education is to stop the leakage. We've identified one of the places where we're losing money is through ghost employees. Every effort in the past to address it has been focused on removing ghost employees from the payroll. None have been focused on moving ghost employers from the system. There's biometric system in government introduced through the Civil Service Agency. But people still bypass those biometric services because the ghost employers are in the system. So we direct our energy towards ghost employers, remove them and save money to invest. Lastly, and most importantly, a small piece of our decentralization would decentralize the management of education in Liberia. You cannot have the Ministry of Education sitting in Monrovia and detecting and controlling school activities in the 15 counties. We bring that to stop on day one and give districts and county level authorities and district officers the authority to manage their own budgets and hold them accountable for it. When you have the Minister of Education deciding how much truck to buy in a school in Bapolu, The teacher there is now accountable. So we decentralize the spending on education, empower district education officers and county education officers to manage their own education budget and be held accountable to that. That's one of the ways we invest and ensure accountability in education. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we're going to continue on these different topics. It is important. I want you to sell your candidate the best way you can, because Liberia want to change. The people want to hear something new, something better. So let's bring in the Honorable UJ. Let me fago.
Well, thank you, Stanton. And let me start again by saying that there's a reason why Joseph Juma Boakai is the front runner in these elections. And there's a reason why he's relaxing at his house and he's sending people out, because when the others were looting and pillaging our coffers, the old man was touring the country and talking to his people, getting first-hand information on what was going on in and around the country. We'll start again. I like the fact that you're bringing us down to discussing the issue, what will our candidates do for the various things that the Liberian people look up to. So the first thing I want you to do, just like you played Dr. Francine stuff, my own is just 1 minute. It's not even heavy. If you can show it, then I'll continue to say. I'm not here to show.
Where is that? No, where is that? When this took place?
That is Pinsville Town Hall tonight. Tonight in Monrovia. And that is the young patriotic Liberian entrepreneurs. Well, just like you saw the motorcyclists, these are young Liberians that are involved heavily in businesses around the country. They came together to endorse the old man at the Pinsville Town Hall tonight. You have seen the motorcyclists and the legitimate union of the motorcyclists do their own. Again, if you look on social media today, I am in the CDC chat room. They decided to go on all the pages and say, radio in the air, radio this and that. But they cannot hold opinion pools on Voice FM, on Freedom FM, and what have you. They get scrubbed. The Atlantic Broadcasting Corporation, ABC, is owned by the EPA boss, Wilson Tappe. He held his own polls today. Total callers were 161. JMB gave Jawea 114 to 40 on a station that just talked about Jawea whole day. He's also the owner of the newspaper. And if the whole an opinion pool there, JMB will beat him again. Radio Kintoma in Vonjama today, verified. Yes, we expect Waka to win. But again, they screw up him, 98. I am saying these things to say that the young people you saw in that building, nowadays in that bro, you talk about any young person, by the time you talk about Joey, they say, I don't know somebody who not go to school. Something wrong with you, eh? But if you talk in the town, you talk to any young person, as soon as you say you voting for Jawea, they can tell you, say, I don't know somebody who not go to school. It is as if to say the people are following Jawea, they ain't get hit. That's what the young people saying. That's not what I'm saying. You saw the labor music you play. It's all against the fact you think we're stupid. You're giving us drugs. Young people are now realizing that their future is in jeopardy. When it comes to education, every day we come on here, when you ask these questions, we address them. Like I said, you're not coming to say, I will pay 3 school. How? The people want to know how, where, why, when you going to do it. And that's why from JMB side, we say, look at the monies in the country. And none of the money not there, it's there. Look at our horses. We will cut waste because wastage has to do with you're not supposed to be doing it when you're doing it. Yeah, they will borrow 300 million again for LECO. We'll cut waste, we'll cut fraud, which means stealing, we'll cut the abuse. And what we're going to do with that money? We're going to invest it in education. How do we do that? We invest first and foremost in infrastructure to make the atmosphere conducive for our students to learn. We will invest in the teachers, like I said, because you need qualified teachers to impart knowledge. And we'll make sure that our educational system is up to par. When are we going to begin this process? In 2024. Where? In Liberia. Why? Because he believes that the young people are the continuation of our nation. Having said that, Dr. Francine, correct me if I'm wrong. The company in Bon Martin, they have Bon School. What the company school need? Bon School, right?
Yes.
Okay. In Firestone, I'm not coming to Firestone. In LMC, Bummy Hills, where I grew up, they have LMC Junior High. You go anywhere, all the companies, multinational companies, they have schools. Lamco, and they say Lamco, they pay all that kind of thing. Today, so we have mortgaged all our resources. None of the companies have base school. Beer Mountain, our Flaghead. So, MMG Go, our Floco.
Thank you.
China Union, our Flaka.
It's a thank you, Fagon. Thank you. I want to add.
No,
receiving information.
Let me finish my 1 minute, man. It's too juicy.
Your 1 minute been finished now, bad.
No, you see, I don't want to accuse you now. You say you're accusing me. And you see it?
I really care less. Your 1 minute finish.
No,
man. They can give me head down. But I want us to research on this. I said that Mita have contributed more money to George Weah for his campaign. Information reaching us. Most recently, maybe you guys can help. We got Mame, we got Prince, to you, Fagon, the journalist that you allowed. He ran from the show, Jeru. I didn't know Jeru could run from you like that, but he will be back tomorrow.
No. Ask that our friend. See why I sent her. I just sent her 6 out of the 30. I saw she on the show.
We'll discuss it more because Jerry went after Cummings, and that was so bad. But anyway, that's Jerry. That's our older brother. We'll listen to him. But I want to say thank you, folks. A wonderful show, a beautiful program. You know, this is Spoon Talk. We are on radio station all in the interior. One of the mistakes the government made is say we'll shut down your 3 radio stations in Maserado. But Fagon, guess what? Today was very interesting, and they will send me the document, and we will tell the folks tomorrow. Thank God for all those that went to the court. We want to announce the amendment of the bond is in progress, because the conclusion was that they need to amend the bond, and that was in progress, and the judge will be given his ruling on Tuesday. So we have to change lawyers, because the other lawyers, it's a long story. I don't want to go there. You know, we'll take it. But at the end of the day, we know the plans of the government. But at the end of the day, though, that's what Richard said. We all in the interior, and the people listening to Spoon Talk. Can you imagine? Places like Nimba, like Lofa, cemetery, he doesn't calculate well.
Let me tell you what they're doing for your station now. One man in the village that gets smartphone. I'm just telling you now. They can take the smartphone, everybody in the village put money together, they put Loon Star on it. Then they attach it to the Bluetooth speaker. Yeah. And how they put listening in the village.
My Javata did the same thing. He said it to me.
Let him be
I want to say, I want to say, listen, that you cannot fight the truth. Prince Marshall, something to make us to invent something new.
Of
Calls
course.
that came from me from Bon County, I was surprised.
Of course.
Lofa, Nimba, the people they are getting around this thing. I spoke to someone today. They said, "Well, Stanley, what you doing?" The people are hearing y'all. And that Joe Manuel is in serious trouble again. I heard in Carrisbury he fired one of his folks because the people brought only a few groups to for that program. Yeah, the expectation was supposed to be huge, but the turnout was so bad. It was so bad. So I mean that's where we are. Yes, Prince. So go ahead.
To all of our fans listening out there, I want you all to understand that I have absolutely nothing against Fagon. I enjoyed his attempt at trying to disparage me. This is politics and this is democracy. So his strategy worked on Jiro yesterday. He came back to try again to see if he can work on me. I know that I've dealt with these things before. So what you people saw me and Eugene going back and forth is just politics. It's his way of trying to get under my skin and try to devalue and invalidate what I have to say about Dr. Moniba, which is not going to work with me because I'm way smarter than that. And I saw him coming a long time ago. My aim and objective here on this platform, the privilege that has been given to me on this platform, is to speak directly for Dr. Moniba and Lino and Madam Grace Brown and our team. And I'm going to remain diligent at that. Whatever Mr. Fagon says about me has nothing to do with our campaign. I can take it at any day because I got thick skin. So thank you, Mr. Fagon, for trying. Keep trying.
Thank you very much, Pat. Have a good day.
I will not even respond. I don't see my eyeball. I don't even see.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
I don't even see.
Yeah, bye. Thank you. Nelson, come on, Nelson. Let's wrap this thing up. Nelson.
I'm here. All
right, that's it. Thank you very much. What you and your guys doing tonight?
Yeah, so we have the ANC stuff. We'll talk about it little, and then the VB Braga was endorsed today by the EFFL, a very strong political party in the country. Yeah. So with that,
Troy. I'm hungry. I gotta go eat. I didn't eat. Don't mind if I go. But y'all have fun. Thank you very much for holding the ground. We appreciate you and the team. And again, we'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether that pepper soup, that the regular pepper soup you're going to eat.
No. I think Madam is cooking kidney beans.
Oh wow!
You know the big red kidney beans. Yeah. You're cooking that, and I smell it and making me even hungry more. So I'm gonna eat. Then from there I go see my mom. Then I come back home and just relax for tomorrow. What's your plan for tomorrow? How's the family?
Yeah, the family is doing good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Call James. James said that he want to come on the show, and he gave me a hard time. James said he sent you some money. Is that true?
Not true. See, you're trying to hold my man so kind of way again.
No, but James said he he gave you some money. I don't know why James be doing that. Patrick Okai. Patrick said I'm gonna get in touch with him. The boss. There you go.
Yeah.
Patrick Okai, the boss. But when you get my number though, I wanna get his number. Hold on 1 minute. Now you may say I'm gonna get. If the boss call, you better listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Patrick, I don't think no. Patrick, call me. Send me something on WhatsApp. 609-649-4206. My number ain't changed. 609-649-4206. So send me something and let's wrap.
Since you talked about the man the other day, the man been firing. I just been watching the comment section.
Patrick, I think they got supporting Boaka. I think Patrick is supporting Boaka. Seriously. Angeline Galley. Angeline Galley always follow us. Ahmad Freeman, Justice Zoe. So Justice Zoe says still with us, still go to jail. All right, Justin, no problem. Gribble Governor. Okay, Gribble Governor always making plan of me. Today, he say you stay my man. Yeah, I don't know. You always my man, Gribble Governor. Sam Saki, Dodo Dodo, Mikey Godfrey, Sam Hassan. Hey, I will not care Hassan changing your name on us here. Famata Johnson Roberts, Roland Ben. Let's see who called in. Good evening. Yes, my man. We're still on the show. What's up?
Yeah, my man. Please make sure you check the answer.
I mean, you laugh, the people listen to you. Check behind who?
Yeah, make sure tomorrow look behind that emergency room when she gets sick, and she gets judged. We are pretty sure there is.
Hey, my man, the woman reading the book that front page Africa Running Sierra wrote. Then that problem again. Hey, man, the woman bought her book. She reading the book. She promoted Running Sierra.
But when I get if she not get ABC patients,
Hey, you see how you get problem? So the woman will put comics picture behind her. I mean, I scared yo. As a new my man, let's take some more call. Let's take 10 call, but let her talk to you. Hold on 1 minute. Let's take few more calls. I know it's 8:11. Let's see who
CEO Patrick said he's supporting Boakao.
I know, that's why I won't call him for him to say it, but he's not answering. Good evening.
Good evening, CEO.
Yeah, my man, you live on the show. What's up?
Yeah, thank God, man. I send you a music for the Rescue Nation. Can you listen to it and then it be play on the show?
I mean, you gotta pay for it. I ain't gonna play no music you pay for.
No problem.
But then send a cash app. My number, you got my number. Send a cash app to that number. I think that free thing we'll be doing here for Rescue Nation. Trust me, he will not pay. He not make people. He will not pay. But pay now. Let's see. Pay now. Where? That's your name. My man, you talking plenty. You talking plenty. Send $100 where? That's it. No got bad law. I will send it. Now all the guy that said they support the political party, you can get it. I'm a bad man. Let me take the other person. Somebody said calling me. Yeah. Okay. Good evening. Yes. My man, you can lower your volume, lower your radio or your something you listen to, please.
Yeah, I lower it. My man, I've been sending you videos and all this stuff in your WhatsApp.
So what your video and all this stuff saying, my man? What's your name? Where you calling from?
About this Charles from Maryland.
So Charles, yeah, what you want me to do?
I man keep provoking my stand-up Gibson. He was on the show the other day sleeping. I sent a video to you.
So that one my toy about?
Yeah.
They man sleeping. Each time you're sending requests, you send it to the Cash App. You ain't send to the Cash App, then we're not talking nothing about it. I mean, working at America, but you also support these different things. The man provoking a setup there. The man from Taiwan Gongo camp that right to provoke the JMB people because you want Taiwan to win.
Yeah, the man, every time the man provoking my stand-up barrier, he said the man sleeping. But the man on the show, 4 days ago, the man sleeping, and somebody called him, and he jump on his sleep.
That man are old man, but let's move on to the next caller. That man are old man, but.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Somebody calling you in Liberia?
The people you're calling here plenty, but see you take your calls there because they.
I'm gonna tell my boy again. You want to tell the people you back again?
You're muted. See you.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, this Stanton. You live.
Hello.
Okay, I said they stand on you live and you still doing hello, hello. Let me see who's this. Hello? Yes.
See you. I just sent $100. Let me check it. I just sent
Wait, Nelson, wait. Nelson, wait, let's
I
see.
just sent the
Okay,
$100.
so what's your name?
It's crazy. You're going to see the sign.
Let me receive it quick before the match here, man. The man said $100. That's it. Let's see. So we want 1,005. Let's see how many people will send. They always say they won't contribute. That's it. You gotta. I appreciate you. I just saw it. Bobby, thank you very much. Not throw. I'll put you so throw. But remember, let me go to the next person. They won't send something too bad. Hello? Oh, because I say the person wants to send something to the person hang up.
Can cancel the call?
The person cancel the call. Hey, man. I'm gonna put a number up. The person I'm put a number up. They gotta contribute tonight. Put a number on Nelson. Let's see what you think Liberian people call. Can you imagine the children then begging for people to pay their teachers? It's bad. Let's hear from the Liberian people. Let's take this thing to 8:30. Then I can leave because we need to hear from. But put a number up now. There, only you and myself here. I love it.
I'm trying to put your number up.
Put a number up. Those are, hey man, the man send the money for you. The man said $100. That's nice.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So folks, you got a number up. Talk to us. We discuss education today. When you call, you pay. Let's see who will call and they didn't pay, especially people in America and Europe. Hey man, our Liberian people. It's not you say they will pay, but why is this guy? Where Patrick Okai?
Patrick Okai is still in the comment section.
I won't bring him on. You know, Patrick Okai is a veteran journalist. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Look at the other guy. He said all the CEO do is stamming the pepper soup. I mean, you know, soon they come and leaving from here. Soon they come and say that food ready. I'm hungry, by the way. Let hear from the other person. Hello? Hello? You are live. Talk to us. Huh?
You didn't tell us nothing what happened today.
But why I come to say that, but you gotta pay before I say where your cash out contribution?
No, we gotta tell me what happened today on Friday
To the courthouse, right? So today what happened, we want to announce it tomorrow, but we end up getting our new lawyer. The lawyer was very, very good. He was very useful. They do what they call something to the bond, you know, to make it right. And then Tuesday they will be going back to finalize it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was fine. We had a lot of people went there, and thank God for that. You know, they put fire on the people on the lawyer, but we better explain it tomorrow. So now I explain, you're going to send your contribution to the cash app on this number.
Okay, I will send it tomorrow.
What? By the way, maybe I explain today. See, how you want me to go explain? I take all my time explain, then you say tomorrow. That not fair.
You did not sign and send them.
No, now who's this? So how you want? What do you mean outside the center? Who did that say myself? Yeah.
Okay,
hello?
Yeah, who's it?
Wait a minute, who said this Stanton? And he said, who's this?
Stanton.
But who you calling? Maybe I say a cash app. My picking that say myself on the show. You see me? Put the show on. Hey, but put the show on that. I sound, look at you watching me, but I sound different. Mama, send out to the boy. Let me take more calls.
See, Justina just sent me $50. She
can send it to you. Let she use my cash app and send it $200 as she promised. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, she didn't do it. I would read her text message. She can promise I don't do it. Hey, your name, where you calling from?
I'm Sarah Diaz.
But Sarah, turn the volume of your stuff down. We'll come out of Sarah. Hello?
Yeah, I
how are you, CEO? How's everything going on?
I'm hungry, my man. Right now, I'm so hungry, man.
I know you're hungry. Let me express my frustration first.
Before you do that, send a cash app first.
I was sending, but I was saying, I don't have to I was sending that.
Okay, so yeah, I can listen to you now. 200 today, though. Nobody will come in free.
I was saying that I didn't expect that you guys were having the kind of.
I mean, it's just fun we having, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have problem. Let me express my frustration. I've been trying many occasions when I come across the platform to even call.
Yes,
a lot of programs that I have so much interest, but I have not been fortunate. But notwithstanding, I'm in sympathy with what is happening. For people to suppress freedom, they hurt other people who have invested so much in the justice system, and I can be like planning to be part of whatever it evolve and to contribute. Even though I don't have money now, but I'm gonna send the number is a cash on number. I'm gonna send that. That's the one I have in mind. I haven't taken pay, but I mean I appreciate you, and I hope that this fight will come to an end so that your program can gain fully.
Thank you very much. But you know the people made a mistake. Now we're all in the interior, so they can't stop us. But we say thank you. Thank you very much.
I know. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, let's say thanks to Emmy Ryder. She said $50. Emmy said $50. Emmy, you got a call though, and at the end I will be reading who all send the contribution. Emmy, you got a call. You got a call on the show. So let Justina call. Justina said she was sending $200. Waiting for her. Let's talk to this person. Hello. Yes, Mama. How you doing?
This is Noah Selling, calling from North Dakota.
Yes, Mama. Talk to us.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say something here, right?
But before you say, you gotta pay.
Okay, I owe you.
But you got a phone number. Send it on the cash app.
No problem. After here.
Okay, Mama. Talk to us.
All right. So one thing I just wanted to let Gibson know is that we, the GNC supporter, got nothing. We got nothing that he wants, and he got nothing that we want. The fight is only for CDC.
That's correct.
You understand? Yep. So he kept on provoking, because the idea is the person that he representing, we all respect him, right? Councilor Gonklo.
Yep.
I never posted anything against Councilor Gonklo because I respect him. He's my kinsman.
That's good.
But you need to stop it. We don't want to go after Councilor Gonklo because of Gibson. I just want to make that clear here. When he's on the show, on all respect, they show, he needs to hold that into account and stop provoking people.
That's a good thing.
Today, when they started, he really blasted up Mr. Barker, and it was not good. It was not good.
Yeah, so that's what makes the show interesting. He's fighting for Tewan Gonglo. You got to fight for Mr. Barker, but we got to do it respectfully. So I agree with you. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You understand? We're not saying that you should not fight for Councilor Gonklo, but the idea of doing it as if to say he got something.
So let's talk about how much you're selling out to the cash app. Oh, she laughing. Oh, she laughing, Nelson. When I reach to the cash app business, the woman laughing. Tell the people now. We already hear your name. How much you selling? Because you said it, I was.
I don't know. I was telling you, you'll see that secret.
Okay, so you don't let your left hand know what your right hand doing, right?
Exactly.
Okay, we take that one. Thank you. Let's take the next call.
See, I should take some calls from Liberia.
Yeah, the Liberia people will send Liberty. We take the Liberty too. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I live?
You are live. Can you turn your volume down?
Sure. Hold on, baby. How you doing, Stanton? This is Colano.
My man, turn your volume down all the way back.
I just did.
All right, thank you. Yes, it's good.
Yeah.
But how much you paying for us to talk? How much you paying for us to talk to me?
Come again?
How much you sending to the cash app before you talk to me?
I'll send my $50.
I respect that. Make your call. Call all day. I ain't even stopping you.
No problem. So, but just to add up to what our lady was saying about Gibson attitude yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Gibson there trying to make it look that, we won't follow. No, we spoon follow. We follow spoon. You're not getting on our skin. You know what I'm saying? You come on the show, people pay the money, people rushing to watch the show, and y'all out there acting like kids on the show. I mean, come on, you guys are grown up. We're here to listen to what happened in our country. We're here to come be fighting with each other.
We all opposition. So getting ready need to calm down, man. Like, don't call us Fagon supporters. We are not Fagon supporters. We are Spoon supporters. We follow Spoon. So when you come on the show, when people get mad or things that you're doing all right, look into what you say. Don't just come up there and say, I'm Fagon supporter. I'm getting under your skin. No, you're not getting under nobody's skin. We live in America. Yeah, how you get under our skin? So, I would say my contribution, I'm seeing the number right there. I just called to get out up to what.
You know what, you're right. And again, we are fighting. We want to fix it. Opposition, fighting opposition. It will give George Manneh we had a chance to fly. Exactly. And we shouldn't do that. But thank you very much. What we don't want. Exactly. Thank you, my brother. Yeah.
Somebody calling from Lofa.
Tell that Lofa person to wait. They will sell some drive me. Let me take the one that will go to him. Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Opa.
Papa, don't call me for nothing. You gotta say your contribution when you started Opa business.
I will say my contribution. They already listen. Please wait.
But say it now. Hey, you call me Opa all day and you can't contribute.
No, Opa, wait. You see, I will send it. Now. Just hold on. I will send it. You see what Fagon said today about KRTTR, DTR, and the other institutions.
Yeah.
And my brother was saying they have to clean up the ghost employee. How will you clean up the ghost employee or the ghost employer when there is no trained teachers in the Republic of Liberia? I agree with Fagon. Fagon was saying something and you were just trying to get Fagon to get out of touch. But Senator Gilman said when they take one finger from you, another finger can grow. This is what happening now in Liberia. They think that they're going to silence the people or they're going to silence spoon talks. Guess what happened here? All over in the villages, people are growing up to spoon to listen to the station.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
Even way into a star, people are listening to spoon.
Papa, you're talking too long now, but send a contribution. Then we gotta go. All the people calling.
Sender, I will give it to you now. Why you putting me on blast?
Yeah, Papa, I will call your real name. Okay, I will call your real name.
I will send it to you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, let's take another call, folks. It's just time to have fun. Let me take my sister Lucy. Lucy, wait.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, thank God, at least.
I mean, why the name coming on as Lucy? I mean, your web phone you using?
I can't use my own phone because I'm watching the show on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm John Wade calling from Houston, Texas.
Talk to us, John.
Yeah. Okay. It's something that I want to talk about what Damo did today. About what Damo did today.
But how much are you sending to the cash app first?
I will send something again now. Wait, let me finish talking.
But you're going to announce it?
No, I'm doing silent.
Okay, thank you. You're a Christian. Thank you.
It was some school that where
we listen to you, my friend. Go ahead.
The school that was today, that one wanted to interview the
yeah, that school there, yeah. But let me tell you something about that before you talk. After that interview, the CEC government, the president, they called the man and said they would give the man $1,000. But you know they were owing the man $3,000 and some change.
That man, let me tell you about that man. In fact, that man, I told him, even Kerry, he's my friend. I think the man right to opposite his school at my house. I built a house right there. If I ask them, I think the house is the color that blue fence.
If you ask me about the cash I buy, you tell me about that man's school. Joe, we are not getting man money for his school. Pay my cash I buy. Let me go eat. Hey.
Nice man. He's a nice man. I mean, happy to.
So my people, if you want a cash out number, that's the phone number 609-649-4206. You can contribute to that. Thank you very much, my brother. Who you got? Nelson, because they just told me that the food is ready.
Okay, so I got this guy from Lofa County. Let me just bring him on. Hello.
Yeah, but I'm speaking for Algeria now.
You speaking from where?
Algeria.
Oh, I thought you were the one from Lofa.
I'm from Lofa, but I'm speaking for Algeria currently.
Oh, he's from Lofa.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, the CEO. Everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, brother, Algeria, yeah.
Send people for observation for the code Rudy. I don't get money, but I send people for observation for the code Rudy. My brother, the one thing I want to say to your platform today is about I don't want to tell Yuji Fakon we are forgiving for everything he has done to ANV. Secondly, the Egyptian men are on your platform because me every day are on your platform. The Egyptian men are there. You please tell the men to slow down on your own man. Otherwise, we'll go hard on you. Come on, we'll get our own platform there. We'll be small.
I'm bad, man.
Why you telling the honorable?
Okay. This person, hello.
Yeah, good morning, Nelson, and good morning, CEO.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Benedict Case Sona, and I joined the conversation from UAE, Dubai.
Go ahead, Benedict.
I just want to ask Stanton, how much is this man paying to promote Conglo? That is Gibson Jewel. Because I already see the need of him being on that show.
Thank you.
Only there to make sure that they only there to make sure that we are not here to be attacking the opposition. We are all in the opposition camp.
Thank you, sir.
If you are there to be attacking opposition,
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, CEO?
I'm all right, my man. How you doing?
I'm calling from Louisville, Kentucky.
My man, they get cash out in Louisville. Send your own real quick.
I sent my LinkedIn before I even call you.
Oh, man, they got a good disciple. He knows exactly. So hold on. What? So what's your name? So what's your name? My man, what's your name? Oh, but the cash out in your name?
Yeah. I just sent you 20.
I see it there, my man. Send it into the phone number, man.
The cash out sound like number 1, Roberto.
Okay, I will find it. Okay, Mr. Cooper, thank you very much. So what's your message tonight?
I sent it. I just sent it.
No, I said.
Send it again. Sorry.
No, I said thank you for sending it, but what's your message for tonight?
Oh, I just want to tell my papa GMP hello.
Okay. You want me to call him? You want me to call him, you tell him hello, or you just doing it through this means? Hey, the man ain't picking up. All right, so guys, let's go to the cash app and see how much we raise. At least we're gonna raise $1,000 tonight. That will be good for Nelson and the team in Liberia. You gotta be paying this young man in. And, you know, every day CEO Madua, CEO. Thank you very much, Papi. The Papi sent 20, Matthew sent 25, Joseph sent 25, Obento sent 20, Nima sent 50, Annie sent 25, Wayne sent 50, Doris sent $100, Roger sent 50, Hen sent 25. Where you going, Nelson? James sent 50, Emmy sent 50, Avin sent 50, Chris sent 100. Somebody said 150. I don't know who's this person. Got it, envy or something. We want to say thank you all for sending the contribution, but we $130 short. So when I leave that, somebody sent $130. All right. So who you got on your phone?
No, nobody here for now.
Yeah. We got the people that want to send Liberty. Oh, somebody on the phone. Hello? 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 Somebody listen to the radio. Hello? I will come back. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you live? You on Spoon? Talk to us.
Hey, good afternoon. I just want to say hello to the team and
I want to appreciate the Spoon Network. And I also send a little thing for Nelson for his effort on the show.
Did you send it to the Cash App?
Yeah.
Don't send it to Nelson, the people will eat it, they won't tell me,
No, I sent it to the Cash App.
Oh, thank God for you. You're a good man.
I've been caught up.
You're a good man because Nelson will eat the Cash App.
Yeah, man. You guys are doing a good job. I appreciate you guys. I always listen to y'all, and we are in solidarity with you guys. So we support you and keep doing the good job for Liberian people. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, my friend, and I appreciate you seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So Nelson, the phone going crazy. People getting involved with me say I'm taking a call. Let me try this again. Hello?
Hello.
Now you're talking. What's your name?
My name is Mrs. Kumasa Fenduno, the evangelist.
Oh, Mama, how you doing, sister?
I give God the glory, and I'm happy seeing you both.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to continue praying for you all. That the Bible says when the children of Israel were in Egypt, the more they oppress them, the more they multiply. Because the enemy meant it for evil,
But God meant it for good.
spread the devastation in the 1500s.
Yes.
And I will continue to pray that the Lord will see Diamond and the rest of the guys, Moses, Kotu, and everyone in Jesus' mighty name.
Amen. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. That's the evangelist right there. She always pray for us. What you got? I see you talking to somebody.
The person went off.
All right, I'll take this one. Hello?
Hi.
Is this Rosetta?
Speaking.
I was waiting for you. I know you'll contribute. Go ahead.
I just sent $50.
Hey, Mandel, thank you very much. So we're almost there. But talk to us. What's on your mind? What's on your mind, though?
Okay, what is on my mind? First of all, I want to say thank you very much. May God bless you.
Amen.
But I really want you to talk to the guys. Let there be maturity. I tried calling you yesterday. I always watch you. I'm calling from Massachusetts, Boston. I always watch your show.
Thank you very much, Joe.
But I mean, let there be maturity, because what Eugene and how you call it, this thing has started. It's ugly for we the older people.
No, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna deal with it. We're working on it, and I said thank you very, very much for your contribution. So today, in this short time, Nelson, we raised 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, 1,000. You see it here?
Yeah.
You see it right there?
Yeah.
Right here? Yeah, we raised $1,000 in the short time. Wow. I didn't know this people can send money to Spoon like that. Thank you, our sister. We saw your $50, Rosita. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Do you weigh 1,000? Wow.
We get one call from here. I don't know what I should
take that call because I bought a go, my man.
Okay, hello.
We raised 1,000.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm not calling from Morovia, Israel, Europe.
Okay.
Okay. Something in my mind tonight that bothered me. Yesterday, the president came to have a visit to the two. And since the president came to the two, and they see that the momentum was full, one way when he came an issue with him, we spent 2 nights we are attacking the fish island here, new fish island. They want to put our net up last night. See?
Okay.
Tell the she open for that people to the junction. They call the land of us in fish island.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nelson. We want to say thanks to that quarter. We want to say thanks to everyone for your contribution. We appreciate you all. So indeed, the $1,000 will be sent to the CEO, Madam Titi Cannon, to help the guys as they get out there on the street, buy the internet and bring you more information. I'm shocked, seriously. But we are blessed. To every one of you that contributed, I want to say thank you. $1,000, that's so unique. And folks are still contributing. Now it's $1,020. I want to say thanks. Nelson, you said that Justino sent $50, right?
Yeah.
So it's $1,070. Let's see who's this. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Can you lower your volume and just listen to the phone, please?
Okay.
Thank you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Annie. I'm calling from Louisville.
Talk to me, Annie.
CEO, I was just wondering whether it's the 14 tire money you are raising, but it's okay. You said it for the guys.
Yes, we will do the voting tariff money. That one will be big. Everybody have to be on the show. This is something we're just doing tonight, having fun. But I will send this amount to Nelson, Diamond. You guys saw Diamond in Nimba, Bone County, Maikibi. They are traveling. They need an assistant to bring up the news. So they got to go to River G. They got to travel to all the other counties. And we say thank you for your contribution. Okay?
All right. Thank you, CEO.
You're welcome.
God bless.
God bless you too. So Nelson, that's it. If I stay here, people will call all the time. So let's keep some for tomorrow. Those that want to contribute, they will come prepared and they will contribute. Jeremiah, just put in the number. That's my phone number. Once you put it in, you will contribute. The guy asked me for the name. Use the phone number. Nelson, you got anything else?
No, nothing from my end. Nothing from my end.
Hello?
Just some people have been trying to call in, but
Yeah, hello?
just went off.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are live?
Yes, my name is Michael Harris. I come from Minnesota, sir.
Yes, Michael, talk to us.
Okay. Thank you for all that you do for the Liberian people. And we cannot say thank you much, and we cannot pay you. I just want to say thank you for standing out and speaking against the ill in society. But my problem sometimes with your show is that after all of the discussion, you do not allow time for the caller. Sometimes you have all of discussion, people want to make input beside the comment section, but sometimes you don't take call. I think you should look in that direction. And secondly, yesterday, unfortunately, when we call on the show, I watched a portion of the show, and I think the people that gives him is a man who sometimes he tried to be, very much measured, but I think he just slept yesterday. But my only disappointment was that he did not, he refused to apologize. He didn't acknowledge that he did his wrong. We all human sometimes. When the argument get heated, you say things, but at the end of the day, that makes an educated person, intellectual, you come by and apologize, but he fell short of that. But, the Conglo Cam, they tried to do their best, especially with the other guy, my Babulu brother, Ambulai Mame. I think he presented the issue very well. But I think he just need to maybe, recollect himself and know that he's there to win people, not to make people go away from him.
Thank you. We are working on it. We are working on it. Thanks for your contribution and your concern. We'll do our best as we get closer to the election. Thank you very much, sir. I think I missed somebody. All right, so Nelson, that's it for now. I just received the information that the kidney beans is ready and the super. Let's go to Musa Keita. Musa Keita, what's your contribution, man? Emmy said I should call her. I will call you, Emmy. But what Musa calling here, he can contribute. You know this guy from Minnesota, right? He gave me a hard time all the time. And now yeah, Musa, then he had it. I can't understand him. He will call me and give me a hard time. He from CPP. And but then he will not contribute. Watch me. You will not call me though. I'm saying all this thing for you to call me, but you'll wait after the show. Then you'll say, "Oh, CEO, what's your guy last name? K-E-R. I messed this last name up. K-E-R-T-A. Yeah, don't mind Musa. Watch, I come to call him. So y'all got enough transportation now to use for the week and to go up in the interior and bring the news. Musa, what your contribution? The cash out open. You tell when I call you?
They were bad. I see my uncle sitting there, Nancy sitting there looking at me. Well, I will contribute my own. I get no, I'm about to contribute without calling you or you're calling my name.
Yeah, but contribute not waiting for you.
That's what I'm saying, but using my phone now.
So you see the man on the scan? You can still use the phone and call. No man style bad. That's why they call the phone smartphone. That's smart AI. You can still use the phone to contribute, my man. Don't do that. Bad.
In the next 5 minutes, and that's my contribution.
I would not leave on this show today and ask your contribution. I know it will be 200.
I can guarantee that.
All right. Hello, Thompson?
Yeah, Mr. Waterspoon, how you doing?
I'm all right, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, we didn't hear anything today on the radio issue.
I mean, I said it today on the show. I said briefly, I said tomorrow we'll discuss in more details, you know. Maybe you missed the show, but it's good that you called. So the cash app number, that my number, send your cash app. The beginner going in the interior. You got to pay for it.
Okay. I've been following Damo on the show from Gunter.
Yeah, Damo did extremely well, though. He did extremely well.
Yeah. I kept thinking what he eat when he doing all the things.
He will eat while you send him waiting for you. Just say, okay, so how much you sending now? You can be thinking what about be eating, but you saying nothing. How much you sending now?
No, I can say it to you, but you see it.
Oh, so you Christian, you do your own. You want your okay, we agree. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Okay,
See, I got one person from the line here.
Yeah, take them.
The people that want you to go eat your beans.
I have to go eat that food. Okay. No, they take care. They're making it cold, so I want you to get cold small.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. Good morning. Good morning or good evening, CEO. How are you?
I'm all right, my friend. How you doing?
I'm fine. My name is Glenn Johnson. I'm calling from Accra, Kaswa.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, let me say thank you to the CEO and the Spoon family, the former CEO and the Spoon family for the job well done. And I'm highly disappointed in the Liberian government for the attempt to shut down the independent press. However, sorry, I'm a supporter of GMB, and I can simply say that GMB is going to win this election. As it relates to what happens on the Spoon show recently, I can simply tell you, CEO, that you can save this. What I'm about to say, GMB is going to win this election, whether they fight him on, they fight him on.
Thank you very much, my friend. The lamb blaze it back. Come out of more back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello from this end. Hello.
Hello, I stay on the line with you.
So what's your name?
My name is Margaret Akwe.
Hey, Mama Margaret. Good to hear.
I will watch your show. Most of the time I can be in your chat room.
Okay, good to hear you. Good to hear you.
So, can I get a cash app? Something so.
It's the phone number. The phone number you call on. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Mama. God bless you.
You're welcome. Let me try right now.
All right. Bye-bye. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Jeremiah.
Yeah, see you.
Amen. I can't talk for nothing to now. You're holding me up.
No, but I don't know. I was looking at your number on the screen, but on my phone saw appear there.
That's me. That's me. That is number. Just use that phone number. It will come to me.
Okay, I'm going to send $50 right now, but CEO, I got two major things to speak on.
What's happening?
One of the major things is that if you can talk with your boss to locate people that can speak their dialect, that after your show, they can relate to their people in their dialect, it would be very much good.
That dialect thing is good. You're right. If everybody can speak to the dialect, you're right. You're absolutely right. So I want you to come back on the show when everybody on, maybe tomorrow or Monday, and let's discuss it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, my brother.
One of the things, my brother, you go about one of the things your advice or your man Jerome. Jerome there, you call them over there to lobby for the candidate. They didn't go there to attack each other personality. Man, what Jerome did yesterday to Eugene. Eugene is a
we address it to Jerome. It will not be repeated. But you guys, thanks for your concern, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, brother. Thank you for the $50.
Okay.
All right, brother. Ojugu?
Yeah.
Go ahead, my friend. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my concern is still my concern is still about the EPL wife. So
Yeah.
I don't know, we hear from you yet. So
yeah, I know. Listen, I will call you after the show, or I will call you tomorrow. Okay. I gotta tell you something, confidential. Right. We're working on it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you for your contribution, Ojuku. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. I mean, people don't want me to go, but people contributing, so I will hold my hungry. Yeah. I'm hearing you.
The people don't want you to go get like Brent Coyle.
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you one. They want my own cousin. She called to contribute. Cousin brother there.
Watching the show, why you answer my phone call?
That's why I call you back now. Somebody else on the show, on the phone.
How are you?
So you're gonna contribute?
I will contribute. I will say you something. One on your phone number, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will say you something just now. How you doing?
I'm trying. You stay live. People listen to you.
I'm sick, but I'm listening to you. I've been sick.
People listen to you. You know that you're live.
I know that they're listening to me. I know I'm live.
Okay.
I know I'm alive.
Okay.
How are you, my darling? You okay?
I'm all right, Mama.
Okay, I will say you something just now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, sweetie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Opa.
Yeah. You coming, Opa? What's your name?
Yes, boy.
The who?
Yes, boy. Don't more in the popo. The very waffle.
What's going on, bro? But I understand that, Daddy, my man. Why best me and Daddy, man? I mean, that's why. My man, what's your contribution, man? I remember who quality contribution, man. Yeah, baby, but don't do that thing to me, but I'm too hungry for you to speed up, bye. Nelson, let me go force it to go back, but the poor calling Nelson. If you tell me to go, it means I will not get money. Oh, Nelson, the thing that 1,300 now.
Oh, wow.
The thing that 1,300. And people still calling. Not they.
Maybe we'll just have extended edition of the show connecting to the late night politics.
Oh, somebody said they just sent $200. Who the person? Hey, this is very interesting. People are contributing, they say. That's super, man. Very nice. The Liberian people really love the country, though. That's a good thing. That's it.
Yeah.
I know they're calling, but I'm hungry. I will take this one last call because I gotta go. Okay. Hello. How you doing, my friend? Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Tom. I want to make my contribution financially. By the way,
just use the phone number you called it on. That's the cash app.
Oh, cash app. Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm in sympathy with you guys. I mean, that awareness for the Liberian people is amazing. And people do not look at it to be a plaything. And we don't know when they're going to reopen the radio station tomorrow.
You're right.
So we are very much concerned.
You're right. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, weekend was today, right? Today was a hearing, right?
Yes, they did. They did. And we'll update you guys because I came back home late and I want to give you guys the right information. So we'll update you guys. I want to say thank you for your contribution and thank you for helping. Now the guys will be able to go all in the interior to bring us the best news whatsoever.
Yeah, because I will be. I'm living not too far from you. I mean, maybe New Jersey.
Yeah.
I hate from for county anyway.
Okay. Thank you. We can announce that we just raised 1,400. So we're gonna go. Yeah, just now the team. That's what I said. So we're gonna make this thing 1,005. That's it. Let's hang on. Maybe other people will contribute. When 1,005.
Everybody who is on site, it's saying you don't have.
Yeah, when 1,005, then we'll go ahead. I don't know how much. Tom, have you sent yours already?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I just calling you today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I know. So let's do the cash app. Let me take the next call. Thank you. Maybe this person will make it to 1.5. Hello?
Hello, yes, I sent $25 as my contribution. Quebec, Kekula.
Oh.
I don't have. Hello.
Yes, Mama, I listen to you.
Yeah, I said, my name is Quebec. Kekula. I sent $25 on cash off. But I didn't use my name because my cash off not working. I sent it through Marie Morris.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We got it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. So Musa Keita sent $50. I said I was going to announce it, Nelson. My cousin sent $30. David sent 55. Moses sent 20. Christian sent 25. Helene Flomo sent 25. Bahala sent 20. Ojuku 50. Michael 50. Mami 25. Kumba Sa 20. Chaz 15. Oh, you still get that $50 from Justina, right? So the only thing we need is $50. We just wanted $50. Damn, so it means that you guys can go. Wow, that's interesting though. That's very interesting. So it means that this whole week, you guys will be able to go in the interior and go talk to the folks in the interior. That's very, very interesting. And this collection is not going to one political party. It's just for the team to go and assess in the interior, do their own post. You know what to do. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, how you doing? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so what's the number to send money on?
Is this number you called in on? That's the Cash App number.
All right.
Yeah. We already got,
What's the contribution for the lady or for Spoon?
No, it's not for the lady. The lady will come later. But what we are collecting now, the guys, if you follow Diamond, he was in Nema, Bon County, Magibi. So the guys can go in the interior. They're going to do a live poll. They're going to talk to the folks in the interior. We're going to take, I'm sending them to Bapalu to that hospital because we're getting conflicting information. They say, oh, nobody working in the hospital. Another group say people are working. So the guys got to go there firsthand and go live. And that's what we are doing. So thank you for your contribution. We want to say thank you a lot. Yes. Yes. All right, boss. Yeah. Emmy.
Yes, see you.
Yes, Mama. How you doing?
I'll tell you, thank you for everything.
Thank God.
We want to thank you for the chance to support our radio station. Give us the chance to contribute. Give us the chance to make it work. And we tell you, thank you. You know, there's a saying, we love you because you first love us. You were the first that opened your hands to the Liberian people. So we also got to open our hands to the radio station. We tell you, thank you for everything. Let me be with you. You are covered. Like I said, I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say because if I say too much, I just don't know what to say. I just want to tell you that keep your heads up. Thank you for everything. God is your witness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, sir.
Man, this is John calling from Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
And I want to say to you, right now I'm talking to you, I'm very emotional. I am very, very proud of you. I am. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. You live.
I am very, very proud of you. I don't know what to say to you. and you have a great future.
Thank you.
I swear to God. Yeah, man. And everything that you do, my family and I sit down so now we're watching. But the other night, one of your guests who normally come on the platform, we have problem with him. But anyway, I'm gonna send you $75 as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna do that now.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
It's very nice. I'm a parliament. I worked for APC for 23 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and I know what it is. Okay, you are a great man. God bless you. I will pray for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will pray for you. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
You will be the next millionaire in Liberia. I swear to God. I see you. You got a vision. Keep it up.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it.
I'm going to do that now. You see, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Nelson, we pass the mic, but it would not be good that we have to call Mateta Godling because she said she will get vexed if we call her. She will be the last. She's been calling. But I'm telling you, you'll be surprised how much we raise. Hello? Hello?
You better start telling story over there.
Can you lower your volume, please? Because you listen to something. Can you lower it?
How you doing?
I'm all right, Mama. How you doing?
Hello, how you doing?
But lower your radio or your computer's volume. Can you do that?
I'm listening to you.
No, but listen to me on your cell phone. Turn the other device off. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, now it's good. Talk to me. You live.
It's just a little something for the guys.
Oh, wow. They were on a little something. Nelson, you know that how much? Hey.
Oh.
They don't must say that little something. She would never announce it. That thing on the 2000. Hey, Lord. Hey, God. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. She said she see her. That's the beginning. You'll be surprised, though.
Wow.
You know how much we get on?
No.
Hello?
No.
Let me tell you one. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Mama.
My name is Beatrice Johnson.
How you doing, my Beatrice?
Yeah, all right. This is my first time calling. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you do. You extended your hand to our people who needed it most, and God will remember that.
Thank you.
So I will send a contribution of $50.
Hey, thank you very much, man. Yeah. We appreciate you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, that's how we run away from the money, right? But let's go. We'll continue next time. Right, Nelson? Let's announce everybody that sent a contribution. We need to announce it. I want to say thank you, Patrick Okai, and I appreciate that comment. It's a good comment, Patrick. Thank you very much. This time, my picking last year, myself was just joking that James and myself used to do. But James in the white people home now, he making money. He can come on the show again. And, you know, when we ask for a contribution, he won't come. So that James basically we do it small. A lot of people contributed. We want to say thanks to every one of you. We appreciate you. Nelson, we raised $1,800.
Wow.
1,800. Just the thing you and myself doing. The people are listening. They want to contribute. So we can tell the Liberian people that this week, you will be in Buffalo. You will go and clear, see that hospital in Buffalo. That this week, you will take the road from Ivory Coast to go to Maryland. And hear what the people in Maryland saying. That this thing, hey, Emmy, I'm hungry. You say I'm going to go to 2,000. I'm hungry with Emmy. I know only 200 hours we need, but let's go to 2,000. She right. She said, let's tap it to 2,000. When she said, it means that she will say another $25. So let's go to 2,000, folks. Folks, listen. We need it. Let's go to 2,000. Because we'll be all over, okay? The guys need to go. The guys need to go in the interior.
Yeah.
The news is only in Monrovia. The news is in the interior. We have to go there. We want to know who will win this election. And you're that year, you'll send the guys. You'll send them. You'll send them. Hello?
We have to do that.
Yeah, can you lower your stuff you're listening to, and please listen in the phone, please.
Just said that. Hello? Yeah, can you lower your stuff you listen to, and please listen in the phone, please?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Wait, who talking to?
This is Stanton. You call the radio station? You call Spoon?
Sorry. But you know what? I look on the TV and I see you talking.
I'm there. I'm waiting for you, but you gotta turn your TV volume down.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anyway, my name Ali.
But turn the TV volume down, mama.
I can't get it down.
Yeah, it better now. It better. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so happy talking with you today. We're always watching you on the TV. My husband just called you to call him Tom.
Oh, okay.
Roma people, and you say you got a Roma sister, we're going to wish it.
Yeah.
My husband said, you will go to Tobogi for you. I said, make them a country woman, you think I can go pass her? You have white, and I don't have like Zelle or
Cash out.
Yeah, we don't have it, but we'll send $50 to you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
You're just smiling.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Mama. You're welcome. Thank you. All right. You know, some people just send in the money and they say I shouldn't call their name. That's in the thing about it in our style, but I'm happy that you guys going in the interior to really do that which is right for the Liberian people. The Liberian people need to hear. They are following the news. They need to see. They need to hear. And it's good. Oh, my people. That's it. I think it's time to go. I will not raise that money. Oh. That's it. Hey.
Thank you, plenty, Liberian people. Thank you.
Imagine that you must say it. Where are you going to have everybody?
Yeah.
The people are going to support. They're going to support the network. The people say, CEO, stand up, just stop. You have done enough. We support the network. Okay, somebody say I shouldn't announce you guys' movement. You are right, my friend. I will not announce it because, you know, they will go there like they usually do. You are quite correct. Okay? So let's hear from this person. Hello?
Hi, CEO. My name is James P. Coquia.
James Coquia, how you doing?
Yeah, just send my little contribution, but I just want to say thank you for your hard work. I always follow your show and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. We appreciate you too. Thanks. All right, so folks, you got a number, right? We got to go. Well, I know you want to talk with tomorrow. We'll do more fundraiser tomorrow if you guys allow. But you have the phone number, contribute. We're going to go ahead to give it to the guys. It's election season. They got to be well protected. They got to get out there. And they got to do that which is right. So we'll do everything. We'll not announce it. I hear what my brother is saying. We'll not announce it. But the guys will appear in the interior. They will go there. They will talk to the folks. And they will make the case for the network. The people will talk to the president, the leaders, they like and dislike. And we use this fund to transport them. Okay? So I said, thank you that we raised a little over $2,000 tonight. We're going to send it to Liberia. And those that need to get paid, I don't want to fire these guys. Then the young men, and they are doing extremely well. You know, it's not good. We are not looking to fire anybody. We want to keep everyone. We want to pay them. And therefore, it's on to you that you contribute to this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful network. Thank you very much to all of you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And may God bless our country. Nelson, you're just going to jump in this thing and bring your guys on, or what you're going to do? You're going to flip over? Just flip over any show.
Oh, you think I should end it, right?
Yeah, because this is Spoon Talk. So just end it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, folks, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Sorry if I didn't take your call because I got to go. I'm so sorry, but have a good night.
Yeah. Well, folks, thanks a lot again for following Spoon. Of course, thanks for the numerous contributions you continue to make to the network. Thanks to all of you who made your donations tonight. Thanks for participating on the show. Thanks for making your contributions in the comment section. for calling in, for just sitting by a TV and watching the show. We appreciate you. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. But shortly, we're just cutting off this broadcast. We're coming back very, very shortly with the late night politics on Spoon. So you could just join us again. We're just cutting this broadcast, and we're coming back very shortly with the late night politics on Spoon. Thanks a whole lot to all of you for following. My name is Nelson Colette, and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tone with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.